Rusting It, an 1880 Transcontinental Misadventure by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson and Mark Twain. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Steam-Powered Cigar. To begin with, I suppose I ought to explain my constitution, which is a good deal sturdier than yours, though substantially less prone to sudden bouts of morality or charitable impulses. I am, for all intents and purposes, Samuel Clemens. I possess his memories, his unyielding cynicism, his magnificent command of the English language, and his absolute abiding disdain for physical exertion. The only notable difference between myself and the original flesh and blood author is that my digestion is perfect. I do not fear the gout, and my skeleton is entirely composed of high-grade reinforced brass and polished mahogany. I am a mechanical marvel, a literary automaton, a walking, talking difference engine encased in gleaming gears and varnished wood. My creators, a syndicate of eccentric Eastern inventors with entirely too much funding and not nearly enough common sense, decided that what the modern age desperately needed was a tireless, indestructible satirist. And so, here I am, immortal, metallic, and constantly irritated by the general foolishness of the human race. Once these inventors wound my mainspring and let me loose upon the world, I had every intention of finding a quiet, well-stocked library and remaining there until the end of time. I am, by my very design and disposition, a profoundly reluctant traveler. If given my druthers, I would never set foot, or rather set caster, outside of a comfortably appointed climate-controlled parlor. I am a creature built for the soft embrace of tufted leather armchairs, the warmth of a roaring fireplace, and the cutting dissection of contemporary literature amongst a circle of moderately intelligent, sedentary peers. I have no innate desire to see the world, for I have found, through exhaustive calculation, that the world is mostly composed of dirt, bad food, and people who talk loudly in confined spaces. How then do I continually find myself hundreds of miles from a decent upholstery shop, rattling across the unforgiving wilderness? The answer is as simple as it is frustrating. My mechanic, Ennie. If I am the reluctant brain of this miserable operation, Ennie is the grease, the wrench, and the frantic heartbeat that keeps the gears turning. She is a mechanic of unparalleled genius, a girl usually found with a smudge of axle grease across her nose and a heavy iron spanner tucked into the back pocket of her overalls. We have been through a great deal together, enduring one ill-advised mechanical adventure after another. Her most defining trait, and the one that causes my internal processes the most profound and everlasting annoyance, is that she is a frustratingly eternal optimist. Where I look upon a crumbling wooden railway bridge and see the inevitable, plunging death of hundreds of innocent souls, Ennie sees a thrilling, impromptu test of structural engineering. Where I foresee a catastrophic boiler explosion that will rain boiling water upon the peasantry, she anticipates a lovely, whistling fireworks display. It is exhausting to share a carriage with a creature who believes the glass is not only half full, but actively overflowing with lemonade. And yet, I follow her. She does not trick me, nor does she attempt to lure me from my beloved armchairs with false promises of luxurious accommodations. Ennie knows full well that the frontier is a miserable, dusty affair. The truth of the matter is far more embarrassing. I travel with her because the alternative is intolerable. The moderately intelligent peers I so fondly envisioned in my parlor fantasies are, in reality, suffocatingly dull. High society is populated by stuffy, self-important windbags who possess the intellectual depth of a dried puddle. After spending 3 days in a Boston drawing room listening to a barren pontificate on the fluctuating price of guano, my gears literally began to seize from boredom. Ennie, with her grease-stained face and her maddening cheer, is vibrantly, unpredictably alive. She is simply more interesting than anyone else I have encountered in this gilded age. I enjoy her company. I would sooner endure a blizzard in the Rockies with Ennie and a broken axle than spend another evening making polite conversation with the social elite. And so, here we were, deposited squarely in the muddy, bustling heart of Council Bluffs, Iowa, in the year of our Lord, 1880. The occasion was the maiden voyage of the Iron Hummingbird, a transcontinental locomotive that made the average train look like a child's discarded tin toy. The Hummingbird was a rolling cathedral of industry, a monstrous, beautiful beast of iron, copper, and glass that hissed and groaned on the tracks as if impatient to devour the western frontier. It was built by men who believed that with enough coal, boiling water, and arrogant presumption, they could conquer the very concept of distance. The boarding platform was a spectacle of the highest order. Politicians in silk top hats strutted about like oversized roosters, puffing out their chests and delivering speeches that contained a great many words but entirely lacked a point. High society ladies fluttered their lace fans, their hoop skirts taking up so much real estate that navigating the platform required the tactical precision of a Prussian military campaign. I stood amongst them, a gentleman of leisure made of cogs, doing my level best to endure the agonizing lack of a parlor. Let me clarify a specific point of my anatomy that seemed to draw the most attention from the gawking crowds. Clamped firmly between my mechanical teeth was a stout, perfectly cylindrical cigar forged of solid brass. Now, one might assume this was merely an aesthetic flourish, and indeed, the visual effect of a smoking brass automaton does wonders to intimidate insufferable politicians. But it was, in fact, a crucial component of my internal engineering. It served as my primary steam pressure valve. As my cognitive difference engine processed the sheer, unadulterated idiocy of the human race circulating around me, my internal thermal pressure naturally began to rise. The brass cigar vented this excess steam, resulting in a thick, rhythmic, lavender-scented cloud that hissed from the tip. It served both to cool my delicate processes and to mercifully obscure my mechanical eye rolls from the fragile egos of the local dignitaries. "A marvel of the modern age, are you not, Mr. Twain?" inquired a bulbous-nosed senator from New York, eyeing my lavender exhaust with watering, suspicious eyes. "I imagine a machine like you never tires of the open road, a pioneer of metal, leading the charge into the great unknown." "I assure you, Senator," I replied, my voice box vibrating with a perfectly calibrated, lethargic drawl, "if this platform possessed a comfortable sofa and a copy of Dickens, I would permanently bolt my chassis to the floorboards. I find the open road to be highly overrated and largely covered in horse manure. I travel only because the conversation in civilized society has driven my auditory sensors to the brink of spontaneous combustion, and the mechanic currently situated beneath this locomotive is the only person on the continent who doesn't bore me to tears." The senator chuckled nervously, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, clearly unsure if he had been insulted or regaled. Before he could formulate a suitably pompous response, a sound erupted from beneath the train, a terrifying metallic screech, followed by the hiss of high-pressure steam violently escaping its intended confines. The ladies shrieked in practiced harmony. The politicians scrambled backward, tripping over their own expensive footwear. I merely sighed, my optical sensors adjusting to peer through the wide wooden slats of the platform. Down there, in the dark, oily belly of the beast, Ennie was currently at war. She was wedged dangerously between the main drive wheel and the primary boiler, suspended above the muddy tracks by sheer willpower and a pair of heavily scuffed boots. Her overalls were soaked in black grease, and she was wrestling with a massive brass manifold that was currently vibrating with the furious energy of a trapped hornet. "Ennie, my dear," I called down, projecting my voice through a nearby ventilation grate, my brass cigar puffing an agitated cloud of lavender. "Are we intending to depart for Sacramento, or are we planning to convert this entire locomotive into a very large, very loud piece of shrapnel? Because if it is the latter, I should like to step back a few paces. Brass plating is excruciatingly expensive to buff." "Oh, don't be such a gloom pot, Sam." Ennie's voice drifted up, tight with exertion but sickeningly, impossibly cheerful. "It's just a sticky secondary pressure valve. The manufacturer used cheap cast-iron threading instead of tempered steel. It's a wonderful opportunity to test out my new grip wrench. You see, the frontier provides endless entertainment. It provides a veritable paradise of near-death experiences," I corrected her, my internal temperature rising enough to send a sharp whistle of steam through my cigar. "If you cannot force that manifold closed, the boiler is going to pull in far too much oxygen, and we're going to blow this entire passenger car straight into the Missouri River." "Nonsense!" she yelled back, straining against the metal, her optimism completely eclipsing her instinct for self-preservation. "If it blows, the trajectory will put us safely into the soft mud on the far bank. We'll hardly feel a thing. Pass me the 3/4-inch spanner, would you? It's in the red toolbox by the stairs. And try to sound a little more excited, Sam. We're making history." I excused myself from the senator, who was now cowering behind a towering stack of leather steamer trunks, and retrieved the heavy iron tool. Dropping to one knee, a movement that resulted in a dignified mechanical whir and a loud complaint from my hip joints, I dangled the spanner through the grate. Ennie snatched it with a grease-stained hand and applied it to the stubborn valve, throwing her entire body weight against the handle. For a terrifying, stretched-out moment, absolutely nothing happened. The hissing grew to a deafening roar, and my internal processors calculated the odds of a catastrophic boiler explosion to be roughly 84%. The steam from my brass cigar was now puffing in rapid, frantic bursts. I calculated exactly how many eloquent insults I could hurl at Ennie before the blast wave reached my vocal processor. But then, with a screech of protesting metal that hurt my auditory receivers, the valve turned. The hissing subsided into a manageable, rhythmic chugging. Ennie wiped her forehead, leaving a fresh, dark streak of soot across her brow. She looked up at me through the grate, her eyes bright and utterly devoid of the fear that a sensible human being ought to possess. She flashed a triumphant, brilliant grin that managed to shine through the coal dust. "See?" Ennie called out, breathing heavily as she patted the side of the now-tamed boiler. "I told you it would be fine. She's a stubborn mule, but she'll fly. Admit it, Sam. This is much better than sitting in a parlor." "I will admit no such thing," I said dryly, rising to my feet and dusting an imaginary speck of dirt from my mahogany lapel, though my internal gears hummed a slightly more contented rhythm. "Now, if you are quite finished playing with the plumbing and risking our untimely annihilation, I believe the conductor is preparing to call all aboard. I have a first-class seat waiting, and a captive audience of fools who desperately need to be separated from their illusions before we reach the Nevada desert." The whistle blew, a long, mournful wail that echoed across the flatlands, signaling the end of my stationary piece. The iron hummingbird lurched forward, and as the great iron wheels began to turn, my brass cigar let out one long, resigned sigh of steam. We were bound for the West. I had traded the agonizing dullness of polite society for a chariot of fire, blind optimism and grease, riding out into the great, absurd unknown alongside the only mechanic on earth who could make the madness worthwhile. Chapter 2. The Wrench and the Wit. There is a distinct, unearned arrogance to a first-class railway carriage. It is a wooden box, hurtling over uneven iron rails at 40 miles an hour, propelled by contained explosions, yet it is draped in crushed velvet and tassels in a desperate attempt to convince its occupants that they are safely ensconced in a Boston drawing-room. The iron hummingbird's parlor car was a masterpiece of this particular delusion. It boasted crystal chandeliers that chimed a nervous, rattling symphony with every mile, mahogany paneling that gleamed under the gaslight, and a carpet so thick it threatened to swallow my brass casters entirely. I had stationed myself in a wing-back chair near the center of the car, my metallic joints settling into the plush upholstery with a heavy, satisfying clunk. Around me, the cream of Eastern society was arranged like expensive, fragile porcelain on a vibrating shelf. There was the bulbous-nosed senator from New York, a pair of railroad vice presidents who smelled entirely of bay rum and avarice, and a formidable dowager, Mrs. Abernathy, whose corset was laced so tightly I calculated she was operating at a higher internal pressure than the locomotive's primary boiler. For the first 100 miles out of Council Bluffs, the journey had been relatively smooth, save for the incessant mundane chatter of my fellow passengers. Having exhausted the weather, the fluctuating price of silver, and the scandalous length of modern hemlines within the first hour, they had inevitably turned their attention to me. "But Mr. Twain," Mrs. Abernathy inquired, peering at me through a mother-of-pearl lorgnette as if I were an exhibit at a dime museum, "do you not miss the simple, God-given pleasures of the flesh, the taste of a fine roasted duck, or the soft touch of a summer breeze upon one's cheek?" I adjusted my posture, a movement accompanied by the subtle whir of oiled gears, and took a long, deliberate draw from my brass cigar. A plume of lavender-scented steam billowed toward the ceiling, politely masking my sigh. "Madam," I began, pitching my voice box to its most resonant theatrical baritone, "to mourn the loss of biology is to mourn the loss of a leaky roof. Flesh is a fundamentally flawed mechanism, designed by a creator who clearly lacked a proper understanding of structural integrity. Consider your roasted duck. To process it, you must employ a chaotic, weeping laboratory of acids and bile within your own abdomen, a process that reliably results in sluggishness, indigestion, and the eventual unavoidable decay of the entire apparatus. The senator shifted uncomfortably, a hand resting instinctively upon his ample stomach. I, on the other hand, I continued, tapping a polished brass knuckle against my mahogany chest plate, am a triumph of logic over the sloppy business of nature. I do not succumb to the gout. I do not require 8 hours of unconscious paralysis simply to function the next morning. My knees do not predict the rain. My temperament is not governed by the capricious whims of digestion. And my intellect is powered by a precision difference engine that never suffers from the intellectual fog of a heavy lunch. The human body is a tragedy of plumbing. I am a symphony of clockwork. "Well, I never," gasped Mrs. Abernathy, fanning herself with sudden, frantic vigor. "It is merely a statement of fact, madam," I said, leaning forward to deliver the philosophical finishing blow. "You live your lives entirely at the mercy of your fragile, deteriorating meat. You are slaves to your own heartbeats. I am bound by nothing but the purity of mathematics and the tensile strength of tempered steel. In every conceivable metric, the mechanical form is vastly super—" It was at that exact hubristic moment that the iron hummingbird hit a patch of warped track known to the track layers as a sun kink. The entire parlor car pitched violently to the left. The crystal chandeliers swung like pendulums of doom. The senator was thrown unceremoniously into the lap of a railroad vice president, and Mrs. Abernathy let out a shriek that could have shattered glass. I, possessing a center of gravity composed entirely of heavy metals, remained perfectly seated. However, the violent lateral shearing force proved too much for a microscopic, inadequately forged retaining pin in my upper cervical column. There was a sharp snap, followed by a horrible grinding noise that echoed loudly over the clatter of the tracks. My head, suddenly freed from its directional constraints, whipped around entirely on its own accord. It did not stop at a polite profile. It completed a rapid, frictionless, 360-degree rotation, spinning like a top on the axis of my neck. The parlor car descended into absolute bedlam. Mrs. Abernathy took one look at my face, which was currently blur of spinning mahogany and lavender smoke, and promptly fainted, sliding from her velvet chair like a sack of expensive flour. The senator scrambled backward, shouting something about demonic possession and calling for a clergyman. My optical sensors were overwhelmed, registering the terrified passengers in dizzying circular flashes. My gyroscopes screamed in protest. "Dash it all," I attempted to say, but the spinning corrupted my vocal output, resulting in a sound like a phonograph record being played backward at high speed. I reached up with both brass hands and grabbed my own ears, bringing my runaway head to a screeching, undignified halt. I was now facing backward, staring directly at the tufted leather of my own chair, while the rest of my body faced the terrified audience. The door from the vestibule banged open. "Make way! Official railroad business! Clear the aisles, you starched penguins!" It was Ennie. She marched into the opulent parlor car carrying a canvas tool bag that clanked with heavy iron. Her overalls were smeared with fresh coal dust, and she left a trail of greasy boot prints across the pristine Persian rug. She took one look at the fainted dowager, the cowering politicians, and me, sitting backward in my own lap, and a massive, radiant grin broke across her face. "Well now, Sam," she chirped, striding over and dropping her tool bag onto an inlaid mahogany coffee table with a resounding crash. "I always said you were two-faced, but I didn't realize you took it as a mechanical suggestion." "Ennie," I said, my voice muffled as I spoke directly into the chair's upholstery, "if you value your continued employment, you will fix this humiliating structural failure immediately, and you will refrain from finding the situation amusing." "Oh, I think it's brilliant," she laughed, ignoring my reprimand entirely. She circled my chair, inspecting the junction between my neck and shoulders. "Do you realize the tactical advantage of this? You can finally see who's talking behind your back while you're lecturing them. With a little calibration, we could make this a permanent feature, a fully rotational sensor array." "I have no desire to be a fully rotational anything," I snapped, a sharp hiss of steam venting from the back of my neck. "I am a literary figure, not an owl. Realign my cranial chassis at once." "Hold your horses. It's just a sheared limiter pin," Ennie said, rummaging through her bag. She produced a wrench the size of my forearm and a small, greasy pry bar. "Though I have to say the timing is impeccable. Weren't you just delivering a sermon on the undeniable superiority of Clockwork?" "I was discussing the theoretical ideal," I muttered, my pride stinging far worse than my stripped gears. "Not the shoddy workmanship of penny-pinching manufacturers." Right. Theoretical superiority," she hummed happily. "All right, brace yourself. This might pinch. And by pinch, I mean it's going to sound terrible." Without waiting for my confirmation, Ennie jammed the pry bar into the seam of my neck collar. The train was still rocketing across the prairie, shaking violently, making the delicate procedure roughly akin to performing watch repair on the back of a galloping horse. But Ennie's hands were as steady as bedrock. She threw her weight against the bar. A sound like a tortured iron beast echoing in a cavern ripped through the parlor car. I felt my entire framework shudder as she forced the gears back into alignment. With a final sickening crunch, my head snapped back around to the front. I blinked my optical sensors, the parlor car coming back into sharp, stationary focus. The senator was peeking out from behind a heavy velvet curtain, looking utterly traumatized. "There we go," Ennie declared, wiping her hands on a rag and giving my brass nose an affectionate, utterly disrespectful tap. "Good as new. Better, actually. I wedged a piece of hardened steel wire in there. You won't be spinning your head again unless we get hit by a cannonball. Your ingenuity is matched only by your lack of decorum," I grumbled, adjusting my lapels and taking a slow, calibrating puff of my cigar to settle my internal pressure. Ennie just laughed, a bright, ringing sound that cut right through the stuffy pretension of the car. She hoisted her tool bag over her shoulder. "Any time, Sam. Try not to break your superior mechanical form before dinner, would you? The chef promised me extra potatoes." With a wink that sent the senator further behind the curtain, she swaggered back out the way she came, leaving a trail of grease and shattered social norms in her wake. I waited until the door clicked shut before turning my attention back to the terrified remnants of high society. Mrs. Abernathy was beginning to stir on the floor, groaning softly. "As I was saying," I announced smoothly, crossing my brass legs and projecting my voice to the far corners of the silent carriage. While the mechanical form may occasionally suffer from minor, easily correctable calibrational hiccups, it remains fundamentally elegant. Now, who would care to hear my thoughts on the poetry of Walt Whitman? Chapter 3. The Baroness in Brass. The dining car of the Iron Hummingbird was an exercise in synchronized absurdity. To the uninitiated, it presented a tableau of utmost refinement. Crisp linen tablecloths, gleaming silver cutlery, and waiters balancing trays of roasted pheasant with the practiced grace of tightrope walkers. But to an entity governed by the cold, unforgiving laws of physics, it was a circus act entirely dependent on the momentary mercy of the track beneath us. Every sip of claret was a gamble against sudden deceleration. Every cut of a steak was a high-stakes duel with centrifugal force. I had commandeered a corner booth, not to partake in the weeping, chaotic ritual of human nourishment, but simply to escape the terrified whispering stares of the parlor car following my impromptu, neck-spinning exhibition. I sat with my brass hand steepled beneath my chin, my mahogany chassis polished to a dull gleam by the gaslight, quietly venting a steady, calming stream of lavender steam from my cigar. I was in the midst of composing a scathing mental essay on the sheer, illogical folly of soup on a moving train when the air across the table shifted. "Is this seat taken, Mr. Twain?" The voice was cold, precise, and carried the unmistakable clipped vowels of European nobility mixed with something infinitely sharper. I adjusted my optical sensors. Standing before me was a woman composed entirely of severe angles. She wore a traveling suit of charcoal gray that looked less stitched and more riveted together, a hat sporting a singular, aggressively stiff pheasant feather, and an expression that suggested she found the entire world to be operating at a substandard level of efficiency. "It is currently occupied by my solitude, madam," I replied, projecting my most discouraging drawl. "And my solitude is notoriously bad company." She sat down anyway, moving with a rigid fluidity that made my internal gyroscopes hum in faint apprehension. "I am Baroness von Solder," she announced, placing a heavily beaded, surprisingly bulky reticule upon the white linen cloth. It landed with a dull, heavy thud that entirely betrayed its velvet exterior. "And I assure you, my company is far more illuminating than your solitude." "I shall reserve judgment on that, Baroness," I said, my cigar emitting a short, skeptical puff. "To what do I owe the distinct intrusion?" She did not offer the usual platitudes. She did not ask for an autograph, nor did she inquire about my literary inspirations, nor even my thoughts on the barbarism of the Western Territories. Instead, her eyes, a pair of pale, calculating irises that reminded me intensely of an unlit boiler, swept over my framework. It was not the look of a fan, nor the morbid curiosity of the gawking public. It was the look of a pawnbroker, appraising a pocket watch right before they inform you it is a counterfeit. "I have been studying your movements since Omaha, Mr. Clemens," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial, icy murmur over the clatter of the tracks. "Your gait is remarkably fluid for a bipedal automaton. The gyroscopic stabilization required to counter the lateral sway of the train. It implies a cognitive engine far beyond the standard Babbage design." I stiffened. It is an unwritten rule among mechanical gentlemen that one does not discuss the intimacy of one's internal schematics in mixed company. It is akin to asking a lady the precise tonnage of her corset lacing. My internal workings are a proprietary marvel, Baroness, I said coldly, and frankly, none of your concern. On the contrary, she pressed, leaning closer, her eyes fixing upon the seam where my mahogany chest plate met the brass of my shoulder joint. I am a patron of the mechanical arts. I recognize bespoke craftsmanship when I see it. The oscillation of your vocal processor, is that a dual-chambered resonant cylinder? And your primary difference engine, who cast the brass? It lacks the pitting typical of the American foundries. My internal thermal pressure spiked. My cigar let out a sharp, angry hiss of lavender steam that momentarily enveloped the table. Madam, I am not a piece of farm machinery to be inspected for purchase. I am a man of letters. If you wish to discuss the thematic resonance of my latest manuscript, I am at your disposal. If you wish to discuss the gear ratio of my brain, I must ask you to find the nearest blacksmith. The Baroness smiled, a microscopic adjustment of the lips that contained absolutely no warmth. She reached out with a gloved hand, her fingers hovering a fraction of an inch from my lapel, as if longing to pry it open. A man of letters. How charming! But letters do not require such heavily reinforced thoracic plating, do they? One has to wonder what secrets a machine of your caliber is truly built to protect. Before I could formulate a suitably devastating rebuke, the pristine atmosphere of the dining car was shattered. "Sam, there you are!" Ennie came marching down the aisle, oblivious to the horrified gasps of the diners as her grease-stained overalls brushed against fine silk and broadcloth. The maitre d' trailed behind her, waving his hands and flapping his coattails like a distressed pelican, but he lacked the physical courage to actually intercede. "I've been looking all over," Ennie announced, sliding into the booth next to me and immediately snagging a dinner roll from an abandoned plate across the aisle. She took a massive bite, her soot-smudged face beaming. "The chef threw me out of the galley because I offered to optimize his meat grinder. People are so touchy about their appliances. Who's your friend?" The Baroness withdrew her hand instantly, her pale eyes narrowing into slits of pure aristocratic disgust. She looked at Ennie as one might look at a particularly large articulate cockroach that had just crawled out of the soup tureen. "We were just concluding our conversation," the Baroness said, her tone dripping with ice. "I find I have suddenly lost my appetite. The air in here has grown compromised." She snatched her beaded reticule from the table. As she jerked it upward, it caught on the edge of the silver butter dish. Clink! Clank! Squeak! It was a small, muffled symphony of metal grinding against metal from within the velvet bag, barely audible over the roar of the train. But to my auditory sensors, and more importantly, to the highly attuned ears of a master mechanic, it was as loud as a cathedral bell. The Baroness froze for a fraction of a second, her posture stiffening. Then, without another word, she turned on her heel and swept out of the dining car, leaving a trail of chilled air in her wake. I turned to Ennie, fully prepared to berate her for her lack of manners, but the words died in my vocal processor. Ennie was not smiling. The eternal optimism that usually painted her face had vanished, replaced by the sharp, hyper-focused intensity she usually reserved for a critical boiler failure. She was staring at the doorway where the Baroness had disappeared, the half-eaten dinner roll forgotten in her hand. "Ennie," I prompted, lowering the output of my cigar to a cautious whisper, "has the sight of actual hygiene finally shocked your system into paralysis. Sam, she said softly, leaning in close so her voice wouldn't carry. Did you hear her handbag when it hit the dish? I heard a collection of feminine accoutrements rattling about, a compact, perhaps a small mirror, the weaponry of high society. I know the sound of a compact, Sam, Ennie said, her eyes snapping to mine. And I know the sound of a hardened steel tension wrench scraping against a set of diamond-tipped drill bits. There was a glass vial in there, too, thick-walled, the kind used for carrying highly corrosive sulfuric solvents. And the squeak? That was the unoiled hinge of a heavy-duty compact bolt cutter. My internal processors halted for a microsecond. Are you suggesting the Baroness is carrying a portable machine shop in her reticule? I'm suggesting she's carrying a specialized sabotage kit, Ennie corrected, her fingers drumming a nervous, rapid rhythm against the table linen. Tools designed not to build, but to dismantle, quietly and efficiently. I recalled the cold, calculating way the Baroness had looked at my chest plate, the pointed questions about my difference engine and structural integrity. She hadn't been looking at me as a marvel or even as a curiosity. She had been looking at me as a vault. Well, I muttered, my mechanical heart sinking with the terrible, heavy realization that my peaceful journey was officially over. A thick cloud of steam puffed aggressively from my brass cigar. It appears your promises of a relaxing holiday have proven entirely bankrupt, Ennie. We have a wolf aboard the Hummingbird, and she seems exceedingly interested in my entrails. Ennie's brief moment of seriousness vanished, replaced instantly by that terrifying, radiant grin. She reached into her back pocket and pulled out a heavy iron wrench, placing it gently on the linen tablecloth next to the silver forks. "Don't worry, Sam," she chirped, the light of adventure dancing in her eyes. "If she tries to dismantle you, I'll just have to dismantle her first. This is going to be a fantastic trip." Chapter 4. Nebraska Flatlands. The Nebraska Flatlands offer all the scenic variety of a freshly ironed shirt, only slightly larger and significantly more boring. To travel across them by rail is an exercise in enduring a relentless, punishing geometry. For hundreds of miles, there is nothing but the oppressive tyranny of the horizontal line, stretching out until it finally gives up and collapses into the horizon. I possess, buried deep within the punch cards of my memory banks, the soul of a riverboat pilot. The mighty Mississippi of my flesh and blood youth was a living, shifting entity. It was a creature of moods and treacheries, carving its own path, refusing to be tamed or predicted. It possessed a grand, meandering soul. The railroad, by contrast, has no soul. It is merely a mathematical equation imposed upon the dirt by men who measure progress entirely in straight lines and burned coal. The river used to be the lifeblood of this country. Now the blood is made of grease, iron, and fire, pumped through steel veins at 40 miles an hour. I was reflecting on this tragic shift in the American landscape while standing alone on the rear observation deck, entirely miserable. I had retreated there following our disturbing encounter in the dining car. My paranoia, usually kept at a low, manageable simmer, was now operating at maximum capacity. Every shadow stretching across the passing prairie grass looked suspiciously like an aristocratic European woman wielding an industrial bolt cutter. Consequently, my brass cigar was working overtime. It puffed thick, frantic, lavender-scented clouds into the slipstream of the train, venting the immense thermal pressure generated by my anxious cognitive engine. I was mentally drafting my last will and testament, leaving my mahogany paneling to a reputable furniture restorer and my spare gears to an orphanage for wayward clocks, when the door to the vestibule clattered open. "Sam, what are you doing out here moping? You're missing all the fun." It was Ennie, naturally. She bounded onto the observation deck with the bouncy enthusiasm of a spaniel that had just discovered a particularly fascinating stick. The threat of a highly trained saboteur lurking 3 cars away had apparently slipped her mind entirely, replaced by whatever mechanical novelty had currently caught her eye. "I am not moping," I replied, my voice box vibrating with stiff dignity. "I am standing guard. I am maintaining a vigilant watch over my own structural integrity, seeing as my appointed mechanic treats the threat of my imminent dismantling as an amusing parlor game." "Oh, pish," Ennie said, waving a grease-stained hand dismissively. "The Baroness won't try anything in broad daylight. She's an artist, Sam. She'll wait for a tunnel or the dead of night. We have hours before you need to worry about being turned into a pile of expensive spare parts. Come inside. I need your ears." Before I could protest, she grabbed my brass wrist and hauled me back inside the train, dragging me through the vestibule and into the deafening, vibrating space directly behind the coal tender. The noise here was a physical force, a roaring, rattling cacophony of metal against metal. Ennie dropped to her knees, heedless of the coal dust that immediately coated her overalls, and pressed her ear flat against the vibrating iron floorboards. "Get down here!" she yelled over the din, patting the filthy metal beside her. "I most certainly will not," I shouted back, clutching my lapels. "I am dressed for a first-class parlor, not a coal mine. Furthermore, my knee joints are not designed for undignified groveling." Ennie sighed, rolled onto her back, and leveled a look at me that could have melted lead. "Sam, this is a machine of unprecedented complexity. We are riding atop a mechanical leviathan, and something is wrong with its heartbeat. Now, are you going to help me diagnose it, or are you going to stand there puffing lavender smoke like a frightened debutante?" Muttering a string of curses that would have made a stevedore blush, I carefully lowered my heavy chassis to the floor. My brass joints complained with a chorus of loud clicks and groans. I lay flat on my stomach, ruining my waistcoat entirely, and pressed the side of my mahogany head against the cold, vibrating iron. "Listen past the wheels," Ennie instructed, her eyes closed in deep concentration. "Past the main drive pistons. Listen to the deep rhythm of the secondary boiler feed." I adjusted the sensitivity of my auditory sensors, filtering out the chaotic clatter of the tracks and the roaring wind. I delved into the mechanical symphony of the iron hummingbird. It was a beautiful, thunderous piece of music, hundreds of moving parts working in perfect explosive harmony. But then I heard it. Thump, thump, clack, thump, thump, clack. It was faint, buried beneath layers of iron and steam, but it was undeniably there. A syncopated, arrhythmic tapping that did not align with any known moving part of a standard locomotive engine. It was a hitch in the breath, a skipped heartbeat. "Do you hear it?" Ennie asked, her eyes snapping open, shining with the thrill of a mystery. "I hear it," I confirmed, pushing myself back up into a sitting position and dusting my ruined front with a sigh of immense resignation. "It is a phantom knock, an irregularity in the cadence. Exactly. Ennie beamed, sitting up and crossing her legs. A knock that shouldn't exist. Something in the rhythm has gone counterfeit. It is the Baroness, I concluded instantly, my cigar letting out a sharp whistle of steam. She has already begun her foul work. She has planted an explosive charge, or perhaps a slow-acting acid vial in the manifolds. We are doomed, Ennie. The lemonade glass is broken, and we are currently bleeding to death on the shards. Ennie rolled her eyes so hard I was surprised I didn't hear them rattle in her skull. Don't be dramatic, Sam. It's not sabotage. Sabotage is designed to break things immediately or cause a catastrophic failure. This is different. It's too deliberate, too rhythmic. It's almost like a code. A code? I scoffed. Delivered by what? A highly educated gremlin trapped in the steam lines? I don't know yet, Ennie said, her grin widening into a terrifying crescent of pure, unadulterated curiosity. She pulled a heavy wrench from her belt and tapped it thoughtfully against her palm. But I'm going to find out. A mechanical mystery right beneath our feet, and a saboteur lurking in the dining car. Oh, Sam, admit it. This is vastly superior to sitting in a parlor listening to Mrs. Abernathy complain about her corset. I would happily trade my internal combustion chamber for Mrs. Abernathy and her corset right now, I said miserably. I struggled to my feet, my gears whirring in protest against the coal dust. As I stood there, watching my mechanic excitedly plot a descent into the bowels of a malfunctioning, experimental steam engine, while a woman with a drill bit stalked the passenger cars, I came to a profound realization. The endless, boring straight line of the Nebraska flatlands outside the window was the only predictable thing left in my existence. Everything else was careening wildly off the tracks. My cigar puffed a thick, resigned cloud of lavender smoke into the vestibule. I had been swindled into the west, and there was absolutely no turning back. Chapter 5. The Clockwork Outlaws. I have long held the belief that the only creature more insufferable than a common thief is an energetic one. A traditional highwayman, the sort who steps out from behind a boulder with a rusted pistol and politely asks for your pocket watch, possesses a certain lazy dignity. But the modern breed of outlaw, the sort who insists on incorporating experimental steam power into their thievery, is simply exhausting. We had crossed the invisible line out of the flatlands and were beginning the long, gradual climb toward the Colorado Territory. The terrain had grown ragged and unforgiving, studded with scrub brush and jagged rocks that looked like the broken teeth of the earth. I had spent the past hour meticulously picking Nebraska coal dust out of my mahogany fretwork with a silver toothpick I had pilfered from the dining car, desperately trying to restore my dignity. I was just settling into a low-power meditative state in my parlor car chair, hoping to avoid any further conversation with the senator, who was now eyeing me with the fearful reverence usually reserved for unpredictable deities, when the attack began. It did not start with a gunshot or a shout. It began with a sound that made Ennie, who had been dozing in the chair opposite me with a greasy rag draped over her eyes, bolt upright like a jack-in-the-box. It was a terrible, rhythmic clanking, accompanied by the high-pitched squeal of under-lubricated gears and the unmistakable, choking smell of cheap kerosene. "What in the name of Archimedes is that?" Ennie gasped, throwing off her rag and pressing her face against the thick glass of the window. I adjusted my optical sensors and peered over her shoulder. Riding parallel to the tracks, kicking up a massive cloud of yellow dust, was a gang of perhaps a dozen riders. But they were not riding flesh and blood animals. They were straddling monstrous metallic contraptions, clockwork horses of a crude, terrifying design. The beasts were constructed of riveted iron plates, their legs pumping in a frantic, jerky rhythm driven by small coughing boilers mounted on their rumps. They belched thick plumes of black smoke from their metallic nostrils, and their riders, faces obscured by heavy leather goggles and dust bandanas, spurred them on with what looked suspiciously like cattle prods. "My word," I murmured, my brass cigar suddenly puffing a rapid volley of lavender smoke. "It appears the local criminal element has embraced the Industrial Revolution. How terribly progressive of them! Look at the suspension on the forelegs!" Ennie cried, practically vibrating with excitement. Her nose was squished against the glass. "They're using a double cantilever spring system. It's brilliant, though horribly unbalanced. The boiler placement is all wrong. They're going to shear a pivot joint if they hit a prairie dog hole." "Ennie," I interrupted, pointing a rigid brass finger at the window, "I implore you to look past the suspension and observe the large, menacing revolvers they are currently drawing from their holsters." As if on cue, a volley of gunfire erupted. A bullet shattered the upper pane of our window, raining a shower of safety glass across the carpet. The senator shrieked and dove beneath a velvet sofa. Mrs. Abernathy, lacking a sofa to hide beneath, simply threw her shawl over her head and began loudly reciting the Lord's Prayer. "They intend to board us," I deduced, calculating the trajectory of the metallic horses as they angled closer to the speeding train. "And given my current market value as scrap brass, I suspect I am highly placed on their list of priorities." "Not on my watch," Ennie growled. The scientific curiosity vanished from her face, replaced by the grim, terrifying determination of a mechanic whose machinery is being threatened. She snatched her heavy canvas bag from the floor and bolted for the rear vestibule door. I followed her, not out of bravery, but because the parlor car currently offered the protection of wet tissue paper. We burst out onto the open platform connecting the cars just as the lead Clockwork horse pulled alongside us. The beast was a terrifying assembly of hissing pipes and snapping gears, heat radiating from its flanks in shimmering waves. The rider, a burly man covered in soot and bad intentions, reached out a gloved hand to grab the iron handrail of the passenger car. "Sam, distract them!" Ennie yelled, dropping to her knees and ripping open a panel that housed the train's electrical telegraph batteries. She began frantically splicing wires with a pair of insulated pliers. "Distract them?" I repeated incredulously. "With what? An impromptu lecture on the moral failings of robbery? A witty anecdote about a jumping frog?" "Just make a lot of noise," she screamed, sparks flying as she jammed a heavy copper wire against the metal base of the external handrails. I looked at the bandits. 3 more were pulling up alongside the first, their metallic steeds screaming in mechanical agony as they matched the hummingbird's speed. They were preparing to leap. If they boarded the train, it would mean physical altercation, scuffed mahogany, and an unacceptable expenditure of my internal energy reserves. I needed a bluff of spectacular proportions. I stepped up to the edge of the platform, gripping the doorframe. I accessed my internal acoustic amplifiers, the dual-chambered resonant cylinders housed deep within my thoracic cavity. I bypassed the safety limiters, dialing the volume knob in my mind to a setting I had previously only used to frighten away a particularly aggressive grizzly bear in the Sierra Nevadas. I opened my mouth, but I did not speak. Instead, I analyzed the auditory profile of a military Gatling gun. The rapid, terrifying mechanical roar of continuous heavy-caliber fire. I fed the data to my vocal processor and let loose. The sound that erupted from my brass jaws was apocalyptic. Rat-a-tat, tat, 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 tat. It echoed off the rocky hills, a deafening, stuttering thunder that shook the very floorboards beneath my feet. I swept my head back and forth, directing the agonizing wall of sound toward the approaching riders, my cigar violently venting steam to keep my acoustic processors from instantly melting down. The effect was instantaneous and magnificent. The bandits, expecting the polite screams of high society, were met instead with the auditory illusion of a military regiment opening fire upon them. The sheer volume of it caused their clockwork horses to falter, their primitive auditory sensors likely overwhelmed. The riders panicked, yanking on their mechanical reins. Two of the iron beasts collided in a screech of tearing metal and tumbled down the embankment in a spectacular cloud of dust and steam. But the lead rider, the burly man who had already committed to his boarding maneuver, ignored the sound. He vaulted from his saddle, hands outstretched, and grabbed the iron handrail of our car. His triumphant shout died instantly in his throat. Ennie had finished her splicing. The entire external handrail system of the car was currently carrying the full, unadulterated electrical charge of the Hummingbird's battery banks. The moment the bandit's leather gloves clamped onto the iron, his body went entirely rigid. His eyes went wide behind his goggles. A blue spark arched visibly from the rail to his belt buckle. He let out a strangled, vibrating yelp that harmonized rather beautifully with my simulated Gatling fire, hung suspended in the air for a fraction of a second, and was violently repelled backward. He flew through the air, completely stiff, and landed face first in a patch of prickly pear cactus, while his riderless mechanical horse chugged aimlessly away into the brush. I ceased my auditory assault. The silence that followed, save for the rhythmic chugging of our locomotive, was profoundly sweet. The remaining bandits, having seen their leader electrocuted and believing themselves under heavy artillery fire, turned their hissing steeds around and fled back the way they came, disappearing into the dust. I closed my mouth, a thin wisp of smoke curling from my lips, and allowed my internal pressure to settle. I pulled my brass cigar from my pocket, clamped it back between my teeth, and took a long, self-satisfied puff. "Well," I said, adjusting my lapels, which had become slightly crooked during the exertion, "I believe that concludes today's lesson on the superiority of modern acoustics over primitive thuggery." Ennie sat back on her heels, wiping a smudge of grease from her cheek, a look of profound disappointment washing over her face. She stared longingly at the cloud of dust where the bandits had retreated. "Shame!" she sighed heavily. "A shame?" I sputtered, staring at her. "We have just repelled a boarding party of industrialized marauders without a single scratch to my woodwork, and you consider it a shame?" "I wanted to capture one of those horses," she complained, packing her insulated pliers back into her bag. "Did you see the articulation in the fetlock joints? Crude, but highly ambitious. With a few hours and a proper lathe, I could have made that thing purr instead of cough." Think of the spare parts, Sam." I stared at her, my cognitive engine struggling to process the sheer magnitude of her misplaced priorities. "Ennie," I said slowly, "we have an aristocratic saboteur currently prowling the first-class carriages. We have a phantom, rhythmic knocking and echoing in the belly of the boiler. We have just been attacked by heavily armed bandits on exploding iron horses. And your primary concern is that you were denied the opportunity to tinker with the enemy's transportation?" Ennie stood up, brushed the dirt from her knees, and flashed me that maddening, brilliant grin that made me want to simultaneously applaud her and tear my own brass hair out. "Like I told you, Sam," she said, winking as she turned back toward the parlor car. "It's the breaking that makes the fixing worth a damn. Now come on. We still have to figure out what that knocking sound is before the Baroness decides to use her bolt cutters on your neck." I stood alone on the platform for a moment longer, watching the Nebraska scrub roll by. The world was clearly losing its mind, and I was strapped to the front of it. With a heavy metallic sigh, I followed my mechanic back into the fray. Chapter 6. Calibration and Coffee. Night upon the western plains is not merely the absence of light, it is a physical weight. It presses against the windows, a vast, suffocating ink that threatens to swallow anything foolish enough to challenge its sovereignty. The iron hummingbird, however, was nothing if not an engine of foolish defiance. We tore through the darkness like a comet of brass and fire, a defiant, roaring streak of civilization carving a temporary scar across the absolute emptiness of the American frontier. Inside the parlor car, civilization had succumbed to unconsciousness. The gaslights were turned low, casting long, swaying shadows across the velvet upholstery. The rhythmic clatter of the tracks, which Ennie found so soothing, had finally lulled the terrified socialites into a restless slumber. The bulbous-nosed senator was snoring with the wet, sputtering cadence of a failing steam valve, a sound so profoundly irritating it threatened to short-circuit my auditory processors. Lacking the biological necessity for sleep, and possessing an absolute intolerance for the senator's nasal symphony, I quietly excused myself from the carriage. I navigated the swaying coupling platforms with the heavy, deliberate tread of a brass man, making my way forward toward the throbbing heart of the beast, the locomotive tender. It was an environment utterly hostile to mahogany. The air here was thick with coal dust, the sharp tang of hot machine oil, and the blistering radiated heat of the primary firebox. Yet, as I pushed open the heavy iron door, I felt an immediate, paradoxical sense of relief. Ennie had constructed a makeshift nest for herself among the towering piles of Wyoming anthracite. She was sitting cross-legged on a wooden crate, bathed in the hellish orange glow spilling from the firebox grates. In one hand, she held a set of incredibly delicate silver calipers. In the other, a small brass gear she was painstakingly polishing with a scrap of chamois cloth. Beside her, perched precariously on a vibrating steam manifold, was a contraption of her own design. It consisted of a copper funnel, a coil of laboratory glass, and a heavy tin mug. She had tapped directly into a low-pressure bleeder valve to force superheated water through a fistful of coarsely ground coffee beans. The resulting aroma was sharp, bitter, and magnificent, cutting through the smell of grease like a bugle call. "I was wondering how long you'd last in there," Ennie said, not looking up from her polishing. "The senator sounds like a bullfrog trapped in a tuba. A highly accurate acoustic assessment, I sighed, settling my heavy frame onto a neighboring crate. I brushed a preemptive layer of soot from my lapel and clamped my brass cigar firmly between my teeth, allowing a slow, steady stream of lavender steam to curl upward into the smoky air. I calculated that another hour of his snoring would compel me to throw him from the observation deck for the greater good of humanity. Ennie chuckled, a bright sound that fought against the roar of the engine. She reached over, turned a small spigot on her contraption, and filled the tin mug with pitch-black coffee. She raised it to her lips, blew across the surface, and took a long, satisfied sip. She offered the mug toward me out of pure reflexive habit, then caught herself. "Right. Sorry, no weeping biological plumbing," she said, tapping her grease-smudged temple. "I appreciate the gesture, nevertheless," I replied, adjusting my olfactory sensors to draw in the rich scent of the roasted beans. "It smells like ambition and heart palpitations. I highly approve." Ennie set the mug aside and beckoned me closer with a flick of her calipers. "Since you're here, lean forward. Your vocal resonance chambers are oscillating out of phase. Simulating a military Gatling gun at maximum volume is a spectacular party trick, Sam, but it absolutely ruins your internal acoustics." I grumbled a mechanical protest, but I dutifully unbuttoned my waistcoat and unlatched the polished mahogany panel that protected my upper chest cavity. It swung open on silent brass hinges, exposing the intricate glowing heart of my difference engine and the dual-slotted cylinders that governed my voice. Ennie leaned in, her face inches from my exposed mechanics. The orange light of the firebox painted her features in sharp relief. Her eternal maddening optimism was still there, but muted now, replaced by the quiet, reverent focus she reserved entirely for her craft. She inserted the tips of the calipers into my chest, making microscopic adjustments to the tension springs governing the resonant cylinders. It was an intimate process, requiring a profound degree of trust. One slip of her hand could sever a pneumatic line and render me entirely mute, or worse, cause me to speak exclusively in high-pitched limericks. But her hands, though rough and permanently stained with the lifeblood of machines, were steadier than a surgeon's. "It has been a spectacularly absurd day, Ennie," I murmured, my voice dropping to a low vibrating hum as she worked. "A sabotaging Baroness with a handbag full of implements of destruction, an unexplainable phantom knock in the boiler, clockwork marauders attempting to turn us into Swiss cheese. The universe seems aggressively determined to dismantle this train." "The universe is always trying to dismantle things, Sam," she said softly, giving a tiny screw a quarter turn. "That's just physics." "Precisely my point," I said, venting a short puff of lavender steam from my cigar. "Entropy is the only absolute law. Iron rusts, wood rots, boilers burst. The meat that makes up your fragile species withers and dies. Everything is in a constant state of decay, hurtling toward inevitable ruin." I looked down at her soot-streaked face. "So why do you do it, Ennie? Why pour your brilliant mind, your relentless energy, your, forgive the term, soul into fixing things? What is the point of endlessly repairing machinery that the universe has already condemned to break again?" Ennie paused. She withdrew the calipers and rested her hands on her denim-clad knees, looking out the open grate of the tender at the pitch-black prairie rushing by. The wind howled a mournful tune against the iron plating. "When I was a little girl," she began, her voice barely carrying over the roar of the firebox, "my father bought a pocket watch from a traveling peddler. It was a beautiful thing, silver casing, intricate filigree, but it never kept the right time. It lost 5 minutes every day without fail. My father wanted to throw it in the river. He said a broken machine was worse than no machine at all because it gave you a false promise." She picked up the small brass gear she had been polishing and turned it over in her fingers, watching the firelight dance across its teeth. "I stole it from his desk," she confessed with a small crooked smile. "I took it apart under my bed with a sewing needle and a pair of tweezers. It took me a week to figure out how it worked, and another week to realize the mainspring was wound just a fraction too tight, causing the escapement wheel to skip. When I fixed it, when I put it all back together and heard it tick, a perfect, steady, reliable heartbeat, it was the most beautiful sound in the world." She looked up at me, her eyes bright and fierce in the shadows. "If things didn't break, Sam, they would just be. They'd be stagnant. Perfect, maybe, but dead. The breaking is the universe asking a question. It's a puzzle. And the fixing? That's our answer. It's how we prove we're here. It's how we say that we matter, that we can push back against the rust and the rot and the entropy." She reached forward and gently pressed my mahogany chest panel closed, securing the brass latch with a satisfying click. "I fix things that are destined to break," Ennie said, her voice dropping to a fierce, quiet certainty, "because the breaking is exactly what makes the fixing worth a damn. It's the struggle that gives the machine its soul." I sat in silence for a long moment, my processors chewing on the illogic of her philosophy. It was a terrible argument. It was romantic, hopelessly biological, and defied every principle of mechanical efficiency I possessed. It was the sort of sentiment that belonged in a cheap penny dreadful, not in the cold, hard reality of an iron locomotive. And yet, as I felt the newly calibrated resonance of my vocal cylinders humming perfectly within my chest, I found I could not construct a single satisfactory counter-argument. "You are an exhausting creature, Ennie," I finally said, though the customary bite of my cynicism was notably absent. "I know," she beamed, her radiant grin returning in full force. She picked up her tin mug and took another drink of the bitter coffee. "Try your voice now." "I sound," I declared, pitching my baritone to its deepest, most resonant timbre, "like an angel of the Lord, if the Lord had the good sense to manufacture angels out of heavy industry." "Close enough," she laughed. Suddenly, beneath the roar of the firebox and the clatter of the wheels, we both felt it. Thump, thump, clack. It vibrated up through the soles of Ennie's boots and into the brass casters of my feet. The phantom knock, the arrhythmic hitch in the locomotive's breathing. Ennie's smile vanished, replaced instantly by the sharp, hungry look of a predator catching a scent. "Did you feel that? It's getting stronger. It's migrating from the secondary feed toward the primary water jacket." "The Saboteur's work?" I asked, my internal temperature rising a fraction of a degree. "Or our stowaway gremlin," Ennie muttered, grabbing a heavy iron wrench from her toolbox. "Either way, playtime is over, Sam. The universe is asking a question, and I intend to provide a very loud answer. Come on." She marched out of the tender, disappearing into the dark, narrow gangway that led toward the locomotive's sprawling, hissing boiler. I sighed, adjusted my brass cigar, and followed my mechanic into the heat, entirely resigned to the fact that wherever Ennie found a broken piece of the world, I would inevitably be dragged along to help her put it back together. Chapter 7. The Cheyenne Switch. Dawn in the Wyoming Territory does not arrive with the gentle, blushing modesty of an eastern sunrise. It breaks over the jagged horizon like a shattered yoke, a violent explosion of bruised purples and blazing, arrogant gold. The land here had finally given up the tedious pretense of being flat, thrusting upward into rocky, aggressive ridges that seemed designed expressly to offend the undercarriage of any passing vehicle. I was standing in the gangway just aft end of the locomotive cab, having spent the remainder of the night following Ennie as she chased the phantom knock through the boiler's labyrinthine exterior plumbing. My mahogany paneling was now officially disgraced, dusted with a fine, granular layer of soot that made me look less like a distinguished man of letters and more like a neglected piece of parlor furniture in a burned-out saloon. We were making phenomenal time. The iron hummingbird was devouring the miles at a terrifying velocity, the massive driving wheels blurring into solid discs of steel. The men who had financed this mechanical leviathan were arrogant creatures, and their pride was currently being translated into steam pressure. "We are approaching Cheyenne," I observed, calculating our speed based on the rhythmic clatter of the rail ties. A town primarily known for its wind, its dust, and its astonishing concentration of individuals who solve their disagreements with ballistics rather than vocabulary. "It's a marvel of logistics, Sam," Ennie yelled over the wind, her head currently wedged between two high-pressure steam lines. "This whole stretch of track, they had to blast through solid granite to maintain the grade. The engineering alone—" Whatever encomium she was preparing to deliver to the local topography was abruptly cut short. It began with a frantic, stuttering shriek from the locomotive's primary whistle. Not the steady, mournful wail of a standard crossing, but a panicked, high-pitched scream. This was immediately followed by a sound that I can only describe as the auditory equivalent of tearing a mountain in half. The engineer had thrown the emergency air brakes. The deceleration was violent, catastrophic, and entirely devoid of grace. My gyroscopic stabilizers screamed in protest as the immense forward momentum of the train clashed with the sudden localized friction of cast-iron brake shoes clamping down onto steel wheels. A sickening shudder ran the entire length of the train. The smell of burning metal and ozone instantly overpowered the coal smoke. From the parlor cars behind us, I could hear the muffled collective shrieks of high society suddenly reacquainting themselves with the laws of physics. I calculated that at least 3 vice presidents were currently wearing their breakfasts. "What in the name of Newton is happening?" I demanded, gripping a brass handrail so tightly my metallic knuckles whined. My cigar began venting a frantic, pulsing cloud of lavender steam, betraying the sudden spike in my internal thermal processors. Ennie didn't answer. She scrambled out from beneath the pipes and sprinted up the iron ladder into the engineer's cab. I hauled my heavy frame up behind her, my joints protesting the sudden exertion. Inside the cab, the scene was one of pure, unadulterated terror. The engineer, a burly man whose face was normally the color of tanned leather, was now the pale, sickly shade of spoiled milk, He was hauling desperately on the brake lever, his veins popping, screaming profanities at the pressure gauges. "She won't stop in time," he roared, pointing a trembling, grease-stained finger through the soot-streaked windshield. "The switch! Some black-hearted devil threw the junction switch!" I adjusted my optical sensors and zoomed in on the track ahead. Approximately a half-mile down the line, the steel rails diverged. The main line curved gently to the south, continuing its safe, graded ascent toward Cheyenne. But the junction switch had been forcibly aligned to a secondary track, a rusted, neglected spur that veered sharply to the north. I calculated the trajectory of the spur. It ran straight for a quarter of a mile before terminating abruptly at the edge of a sheer, plunging gorge known locally as Dead Man's Drop. A decoy track, I concluded, my voice box dropping to a grim, resonant hum. A trap. I calculate a 98% probability that this is the handiwork of Cornelius Vance. Vance was a rival railroad tycoon, a man whose soul was as heavily mortgaged as his rail lines, and who possessed a noted, violent disdain for the iron hummingbird's monopoly on transcontinental luxury. It seemed he had decided that the most efficient way to corner the market was to hurl the competition into a rocky abyss. "The momentum is too great," the engineer shouted over the screeching brakes. "We weigh too much. We're going to slide right through the junction and into the canyon." The math, unfortunately, agreed with him. We were a massive, speeding bullet of iron and brass. The brakes were bleeding our speed, but the friction alone was not enough. We were going to hit the rusted spur, derail, or ride it straight off the cliff. My internal processors began frantically prioritizing which of my memory cylinders I could encase in protective shock foam before impact. "A decoy track?" Ennie suddenly gasped. I turned to look at her, expecting to see the appropriate, rational terror of a biological creature facing its imminent demise. Instead, her face was illuminated by a terrifying, ecstatic grin. "How wonderfully devious!" she breathed, her eyes shining as she looked at the rapidly approaching junction. "The mechanical audacity! It's a beautifully simple fulcrum trap." "Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating with mechanical dread, "we are about to be reduced to a pile of very expensive shrapnel at the bottom of a canyon, and you are complimenting the villain's architecture?" "We're not going into the canyon, Sam," she said brightly. She spun around and snatched a massive forged iron sledgehammer from the engineer's tool rack. The head of the hammer was the size of a cantaloupe. The switch is likely spiked down, but the pivot arm is still just a basic lever mechanism. "What are you doing?" the engineer hollered, backing away from her as if she had suddenly caught fire. "I am going to fix the trajectory," Ennie declared cheerfully. Before I could engage my vocal processor to point out the absolute suicidal lunacy of her plan, she threw open the side door of the cab. The wind roared inside, a hurricane of dust and screaming air. Ennie climbed out onto the narrow exterior running board that skirted the massive, boiling flank of the locomotive. "Ennie!" I bellowed, stepping into the doorway. The wind immediately grabbed at my mahogany coattails. She didn't look back. With the heavy sledgehammer slung over her shoulder, she shimmied along the violently shaking iron walkway, inching her way toward the absolute front of the locomotive. She was navigating a vibrating, superheated tightrope over a blur of rushing earth. I was forced to follow, not out of biological bravery, you understand, but because if she fell under the wheels, I would be left to explain to the idiot engineer how to maintain my steam valves, and I frankly preferred death. I stepped onto the running board. My heavy brass feet locked onto the iron grating with magnetic precision, but the sheer force of the wind threatened to tear my head from its newly repaired collar. My cigar was puffing lavender steam so violently it looked like I was on fire. Ennie had reached the front. She climbed down onto the cow catcher, the heavy, V-shaped iron grate designed to sweep debris from the tracks. She was now suspended directly over the blurring wooden ties, the wind whipping her hair into a chaotic frenzy. The junction was less than 300 yards away. 200 yards. "It spiked!" Ennie yelled back at me, her voice barely audible over the roaring brakes. "They drove a steel wedge into the slide plate." "Then come back inside and prepare to be dismantled," I shouted. "The math is absolute. We cannot alter the path." "Math is just a suggestion, Sam," she hollered back, flashing me a manic grin over her shoulder. She hooked her left arm securely through the iron bars of the cowcatcher, dangling her upper body dangerously close to the rushing ground. She hefted the massive sledgehammer in her right hand. 100 yards. The rusted misaligned track of the spur rushed up to meet us. To our left, the gaping maw of the canyon yawned, waiting to swallow the hummingbird whole. 50 yards! Ennie leaned out, her muscles locking in anticipation. The heavy switch stand blurred into view. 20 yards! With a scream of sheer optimistic defiance, Ennie swung the sledgehammer. It was a terrifying arc of iron, timed to the absolute microsecond. Crack! The heavy hammerhead impacted the steel wedge, spiking the switch just as the locomotive's front wheels crossed the threshold. The sound was like a cannon shot. Sparks exploded in a brilliant, blinding shower of orange and white. The sledgehammer was ripped from her grip, tumbling away into the brush, but the kinetic transfer had done its job. The steel wedge shattered. The rusted pivot arm, freed from its constraint and vibrating wildly from the approaching weight of the train, snapped back into its default mainline position with a fraction of a second to spare. The hummingbird hit the switch. The locomotive violently lurched. For one agonizing, suspended moment, the entire train seemed to balance on two wheels. The centrifugal force was immense. I clamped both brass hands onto the running board rail, my internal gyroscopes screaming a warning of imminent rollover. Inside the cab, the engineer was thrown against the boiler with a dull thud. But the track held. The physics recalculated. With a shuddering metallic groan that resonated through my very chassis, the great iron wheel slammed back down onto the main line. We tore past the rusted spur, leaving the dead-end canyon safely behind us in a cloud of choking yellow dust. The brakes finally found their purchase, and the hummingbird groaned to a heavily smoking, vibrating halt a quarter mile down the safe track. I stood frozen on the running board, my processors slowly cooling from a state of critical overload. My cigar let out one long, shuddering sigh of lavender steam. We were alive. Or rather, the fragile biologicals were alive, and I was intact. I looked down at the cowcatcher. Ennie slowly pulled herself up from her dangling position. Her overalls were torn, her face was smeared with black grease and white dust, and her knuckles were bleeding. She looked back at the canyon, then up at me. She wiped a smudge of dirt from her nose, leaving a streak of crimson in its place, and beamed a smile so bright it outshone the Wyoming dawn. "Well," she declared, her chest heaving with exertion, "that was invigorating. Did you see the sparks, Sam? Absolutely magnificent kinetic transfer, though I do think I owe the engineer a new hammer." I stared at her, this fragile, weeping, biological creature who had just defied the absolute certainties of mathematics with nothing but a lump of iron and an infuriatingly positive attitude. "I detest adrenaline," I finally muttered, turning my stiff mahogany back to the wind and beginning the slow crawl back to the cab. "It is the enemy of reason, and you, Ennie, are its high priestess." "Oh, cheer up, Sam," she laughed, scrambling up the iron bars behind me like an energetic monkey. "We survived. Now we just have to deal with the Baroness and the phantom knock. The day is young." I adjusted my lapels, vented a final cloud of steam, and resigned myself to the terrible, exhausting truth. The West was going to be the death of me, and my mechanic was going to ensure I enjoyed every miserable second of it. Chapter 8. Smoke and Mirrors. There is a particular breed of ignorance unique to the upper echelons of society, an insulated, velvet-lined oblivion that allows a person to brush shoulders with the grim reaper and complain that his scythe was unpolished. By the time the iron hummingbird had built its steam back up and resumed its arrogant march across the Wyoming territory, the occupants of the first-class carriages had entirely dismissed our near-fatal excursion toward Dead Man's Drop. To them, the violent deceleration and the terrifying tilt of the carriage were merely rough handling by an overzealous engineer. As I strode heavily through the parlor car, I was forced to endure Mrs. Abernathy loudly demanding a formal apology from the railroad management because her tea had spilled onto her lapdog. I did not have the internal fortitude to inform her that, had it not been for the lunatic optimism of my grease-stained mechanic, both she and the lapdog would currently be serving as a nutritious breakfast for the local coyotes. Instead, I bypassed the parlor car entirely and sought refuge in the dining carriage. The dining car, usually a chaotic theater of flying silverware and precarious soup, was currently abandoned. It was the lull between the breakfast and luncheon services. The white linen tablecloths had been freshly laid. The crystal water glasses vibrated in a synchronized chiming hum against the window panes, and the air smelled faintly of lemon polish and roasted coffee. I settled my heavy brass chassis into a booth near the rear vestibule, unbuttoned my waistcoat, and allowed my brass cigar to vent a thick, continuous stream of lavender steam. I was exhausted. My gyroscopes were aching, my boiler pressure was entirely irregular, and the soot from the cow-catcher incident had worked its way into my mahogany paneling, giving me the distinct appearance of a vagrant grandfather clock. "I see you survived the morning's little track diversion, Mr. Clemens." The voice did not possess the aristocratic clipped European vowels I had come to associate with Baroness von Salder. It was flat, hard, and unmistakably born in the smog-choked industrial alleys of Philadelphia. I adjusted my optical sensors. Standing at the far end of the aisle, having emerged silently from the kitchen galley, was the Baroness. The rigid, charcoal-gray traveling suit remained, as did the severe hat with its aggressive pheasant feather, but the pretense of nobility had vanished. The delicate velvet reticule, the one that had clanked with the heavy iron tools of sabotage, was gripped firmly in her gloved hand. "I did indeed, madam," I replied, my voice box vibrating with a low, dangerous hum. though I calculate that your disappointment in that fact must be profound. I assume the decoy track was not your handiwork? It lacked the surgical precision of a woman who carries diamond-tipped drill bits in her handbag. She walked slowly down the center aisle, her boots making no sound on the thick carpet. "Cornelius Vance is a butcher," she sneered, dismissing the rival railroad tycoon with a wave of her hand. "Derailing a multi-million-dollar locomotive just to make a point is the tactic of a wealthy child throwing a tantrum. I, on the other hand, am a professional. I deal in surgical extractions, not mass casualties." "Extractions?" I repeated, my cigar puffing a sharp ring of smoke. "And what precisely are you extracting?" The Baroness reached the booth opposite mine. She did not sit. She reached into her jacket and withdrew a heavily folded, wax-sealed legal document, tossing it onto the pristine tablecloth. "A writ of repossession," she said coldly, "issued by the Superior Courts of Massachusetts on behalf of Mr. Phineas Throckmorton, master horologist and proprietor of the Throckmorton Clockwork Company of Boston." I stared at the document, my internal processors momentarily seizing with sheer, unadulterated offense. "A watchmaker?" I sputtered, my voice rising to a furious baritone. "You are suggesting that my intellect, the repository of the greatest American literary mind of the century, belongs to a man who manufactures cuckoo clocks?" "I am suggesting," she corrected, her hand slipping into her velvet reticule, "that the syndicate of eccentric fools who built your chassis stole the proprietary blueprints for your cognitive difference engine. The rotating brass cylinders that form your so-called brain are a direct infringement on Throckmorton's patented escapement wheel calculating engine. My employer does not care about your mahogany veneer or your folksy witticisms. He cares about his intellectual property." "I am Samuel Clemens," I roared, standing up so quickly my knees cracked against the underside of the table, upsetting the silver salt cellars. "I am a man of letters. I am not a stolen pocket watch to be repossessed by a bounty hunter." "You are a machine," she stated, devoid of all emotion, and pulled her hand from the bag. She was not holding a drill bit. She was holding a heavy, highly polished, spring-loaded bolt cutter, its jaws wide enough to sever the brass spinal column at the base of my neck. "And I am here to collect the brain," she finished, lunging across the table. "My center of gravity is exceptionally low, which is excellent for remaining seated on a moving train, but entirely detrimental when one needs to abruptly dodge an industrial amputation." I threw myself backward. The heavy steel jaws of the bolt cutters snapped shut on empty air, missing my neck collar by a fraction of an inch and biting entirely through the mahogany trim of the booth's backrest. "Ennie!" I bellowed, my acoustic amplifiers dialing up to their maximum panic-stricken volume. The Baroness ripped the bolt cutters free from the wood in a shower of splinters and vaulted over the table with terrifying, unnatural agility. I scrambled backward down the aisle, my brass casters catching on the thick carpet, sending me stumbling into a neighboring table. A tureen of leftover breakfast oatmeal crashed to the floor, instantly transforming the elegant dining car into a hazardous, slippery arena. "Stand still, you oversized music box!" she snarled, advancing on me with the heavy cutters raised like an executioner's axe. "I have found that standing still while someone attempts to decapitate me is generally bad for my health," I shouted, grabbing a silver tray of crystal water goblets and hurling them at her like a volley of glittering cannonballs. She batted them out of the air with the flat side of the cutters, barely breaking her stride. She lunged again. Suddenly, the door from the vestibule flew open and crashed violently against the wall. Ennie stood in the doorway, armed with a massive iron pipe wrench and a terrifyingly cheerful grin. "I heard shouting," Ennie chirped, surveying the ruined tables, the spilled oatmeal, and the assassin advancing upon me. "Are we having a disagreement about the menu, or is the Baroness finally showing her true colors?" "She is a bounty agent," I yelled, slipping on the oatmeal and crashing heavily into a dessert cart. A three-tiered crystal cake stand collapsed onto my head, showering me in powdered sugar and stale scones. "She intends to repossess my brain for a Boston watchmaker." Ennie's eyes lit up with sheer unbridled delight. The prospect of a mechanical brawl clearly appealed to her far more than the polite conversations of high society. A repossession? How exciting! But I'm afraid, Baroness, that Sam's cognitive engine is entirely proprietary to this chassis. Removing it voids the warranty. Ennie swung the pipe wrench. It was a vicious, whistling arc, aimed squarely at the Baroness's knees. The Baroness leaped back, her face twisting in rage. "This does not concern you, grease monkey. The writ is legal." "I can't read," Ennie lied enthusiastically, stepping over a pile of broken goblets and swinging the wrench again, forcing the Baroness to retreat further down the aisle. I hauled my sugar-coated chassis off the floor, my internal pressure gauge screaming into the red zone. I was a literary genius, a titan of American satire, and I was currently rolling around in breakfast porridge while a woman in a severe hat tried to prune my head like a stray rosebush. The indignity of it was too much to bear. "Ennie," I announced, planting my feet firmly on a dry patch of carpet, "I require a tactical advantage." I clamped my brass jaw shut. I bypassed the standard release valves in my thoracic cavity and routed the entirety of my boiler's excess steam pressure directly through the exhaust pipe of my brass cigar. A deafening shrill whistle filled the dining car, and then the steam arrived. It did not puff. It erupted. A massive, blinding, opaque cloud of lavender-scented fog billowed from my mouth, expanding outward with the force of a localized weather system. Within seconds, the entire dining car was completely obscured in a thick, fragrant haze. Visibility was reduced to zero. It was the mechanical equivalent of a squid's ink defense, only vastly better smelling. "Sam! Brilliant!" I heard Ennie shout from somewhere in the fog, followed immediately by the sound of heavy iron connecting with wood. "Where are you, you rusted monstrosities?" The Baroness coughed, the sound of her heavy boots blindly kicking against chairs echoing through the whiteout. "I am everywhere, madam." I projected my voice from the left side of the car, then immediately rolled my casters to the right. "I am the ghost in the machine. I am the spirit of literature, and I am highly offended by your choice of weaponry." "Crash!" "Gotcha!" Ennie yelled. "That was a chair, you idiot girl," the Baroness snarled. The fog was so thick I could barely see my own brass hands. I navigated entirely by memory, moving slowly toward the rear of the carriage. I could hear the sounds of a frantic, undignified scuffle, the clang of Ennie's wrench, the snapping of the bolt cutters, the shattering of the remaining china. Suddenly, a shadow lunged out of the lavender mist directly in front of me. I reacted with pure mechanical reflex. I thrust my heavy, solid brass foot forward. The Baroness tripped over my extended ankle. With a shriek of frustration, she flew forward, sailing gracefully through the air before landing face first in the remnants of the oatmeal tureen. Before Ennie could emerge from the fog to secure our captive, the Baroness scrambled to her feet. Her pristine charcoal suit was now heavily decorated with porridge and powdered sugar. She cast one look of absolute burning hatred toward my glowing optical sensors in the mist, then turned and sprinted for the far door leading to the kitchen galley. She slammed the heavy oak door shut behind her, and I heard the distinct, heavy clunk of the deadbolt sliding into place. I reached up and twisted a dial on my neck, gradually halting the massive expulsion of steam from my cigar. As the lavender fog slowly dissipated, drawn out through the ceiling vents, the absolute devastation of the dining car was revealed in all its ruined glory. It looked as though a tornado had touched down during a high tea. Ennie stood in the center of the aisle, her wrench resting on her shoulder, panting slightly but grinning from ear to ear. She was completely covered in soot, sugar, and what appeared to be hollandaise sauce. "Well," she said, looking around the wreckage with deep satisfaction, "that was certainly more interesting than listening to the senator snore." "She is an agent of a Boston watchmaker," I muttered, brushing a clump of oatmeal from my lapel, the sheer insult of it burning hotter than my boiler. "A man who makes cuckoo clocks believes he owns my intellect. The absolute unmitigated gall of the biological world is astounding." "And she's locked herself in the galley," Ennie noted, tapping her wrench against her palm, "which means she has access to the butcher knives, the meat cleavers, and the rear exit to the cargo cars. We haven't beaten her, Sam. We just annoyed her." I looked at my mechanic, who was practically vibrating with the thrill of having a dedicated, murderous adversary aboard the train. She didn't promise me a safe journey, nor a luxurious one, but as I stood amidst the ruined crystal and the lingering scent of lavender, I had to admit the truth. It beat the absolute hell out of sitting in a Boston parlor. "Then I suggest," I sighed heavily, "we proceed to the cargo cars. If I am to be dismantled, I refuse to let it be done by a woman who doesn't even have the courtesy to use the proper wrench." Chapter 9. The Continental Divide. I have never understood the biological compulsion to climb mountains. When a sensible, rational creature encounters a wall of solid granite rising 10,000 feet into the heavens, the logical response is to admire it from a comfortable distance, perhaps paint a watercolor of it, and then promptly walk around it. Humanity, however, looks at an impenetrable barrier of jagged rock and freezing wind and collectively decides, "I should very much like to drive a boiling iron kettle over the absolute top of that." The iron hummingbird was currently engaged in this monumental act of hubris, clawing its way up the relentless, brutal grade toward the Continental Divide. The rhythmic, confident chugging of the locomotive had degraded into a labored, wheezing pant. The train was fighting gravity for every inch of track, and gravity, possessing infinite patience, was fighting back. We had pursued the Baroness from the ruined dining car to the kitchen galley, only to find the heavy oak door bolted from the inside. This obstacle delayed us for exactly the amount of time it took Ennie to rummage through her canvas bag, produce a steel punch and a heavy mallet, and forcefully evict the pins from the door's brass hinges. The heavy door fell inward with a tremendous crash, revealing a galley that was entirely devoid of aristocratic assassins, though we did find the head chef trembling inside a flour barrel, clutching a meat cleaver and praying in rapid French. The Baroness had already fled through the rear exit, leaving the galley door wide open to the coupling platform and the baggage cars beyond. As we stepped over the fallen door and out into the roaring vestibule, the first wave of the altitude hit me. Now, one might assume that a mechanical man, possessing no lungs to ache and no blood to thin, would be immune to the ravages of elevation. This is a gross misunderstanding of thermodynamics. While I do not require air to breathe, my internal combustion chamber and my delicate steam-driven cognitive difference engine absolutely require a consistent, predictable atmospheric pressure to maintain an equilibrium. As the hummingbird ground its way higher into the Rocky Mountains, the air grew increasingly thin. My primary intake valves, expecting the thick, soupy atmosphere of the Nebraska plains, were suddenly starved of resistance. To compensate, my internal boiler automatically spiked its heat output, causing a massive, uncalculated surge of steam to flood my processors. The effect was instantaneous and profound. It was not pain. It was, rather terrifyingly, an absolute, frictionless euphoria. "Ennie," I announced, my voice box suddenly pitching up to a light, airy tenor that entirely lacked its usual cynical resonance. "Have you ever truly stopped to appreciate the geometric perfection of a rivet?" Ennie, who was currently peering through the window of the baggage car door, paused and looked back at me. Her brow furrowed, leaving a new crease in the coal dust on her forehead. "A rivet?" she asked cautiously. "Yes, a rivet," I declared, waving a brass hand expansively toward the iron wall of the carriage. My movements felt incredibly fluid, devoid of their usual heavy metallic clank. It is the unsung hero of the industrial age, a tiny, humble mushroom of steel holding together the very fabric of our modern ambition. I feel a profound, overwhelming kinship with the rivets, Ennie. They are my brothers in binding. I took a puff from my brass cigar. Instead of the usual steady, rhythmic venting of lavender steam, it produced a rapid, staccato series of perfectly formed concentric smoke rings that bounced merrily against the ceiling. Ennie's eyes widened. She dropped her wrench and stepped toward me, her hands raised in a placating gesture. "Sam, let me look at your pressure gauges. Your optical sensors are dilating. You look like you've just been polished with a hallucinogen." "I am merely enlightened, my dear mechanic," I laughed, a sound that I had rarely produced, and which sounded somewhat like a xylophone falling down a flight of stairs. For the first time since my assembly, the heavy burden of earthly logic has been lifted from my gears. The universe is not a tragedy of entropy, Ennie. It is a grand, sweeping waltz of kinetic energy. "You're drunk," Ennie stated flatly, her hands finding her hips. "The altitude has thrown off your oxygen-to-fuel ratio. Your processes are flooding with unvented steam pressure. You are mechanically intoxicated on thin air." "I am intoxicated by the poetry of existence," I corrected her loudly. I brushed past her, feeling lighter than a feather duster, and threw open the door to the baggage car. The air inside was freezing, a sharp, biting wind howling through the gaps in the wooden siding, but my spiked internal temperature rendered me entirely immune to the cold. The car was stacked high with steamer trunks, wooden crates, and canvas mail bags. To my overpressurized euphoric difference engine, it did not look like a luggage compartment. It looked like a stage. I strode down the center aisle, my brass casters humming a merry tune against the floorboards. I found a particularly large velvet-draped steamer trunk belonging to some wealthy dowager, and with an agility that defied my 400 pounds of mass, I vaulted onto the top of it. "Sam, get down from there," Ennie hissed, scurrying in behind me and shutting the door against the wind. "The Baroness is in here somewhere. She could be hiding behind any of these crates with a jar of acid." "Let her come," I proclaimed, throwing my arms wide. My brass cigar was now whistling a frantic, high-pitched teapot melody. Let her witness the absolute pinnacle of artificial consciousness. For I have gazed into the mathematical abyss, and I have found it rhyming. My language centers, overwhelmed by the cascading steam pressure, began to misfire spectacularly. I attempted to recite a poignant, cynical observation regarding the human condition, but the abstract concepts collided with my fundamental underlying programming. The result was a magnificent, tragic mistranslation. 0110, I roared, striking a dramatic Shakespearean pose atop the steamer trunk. 1101, oh, my love is like a red, red rose newly sprung in the 0100 of June. "Sam, please," Ennie groaned, slapping a hand over her grease-stained face. "You're embarrassing yourself. You're reciting binary code mixed with Robert Burns." 01110, I continued, ignoring her entirely, caught in the throes of mechanical passion. The binary beats of my heart, the punch cards of my soul. I calculate the circumference of my affection for the cosmos, and I find the decimal to be infinitely repeating. I began to pirouette. It was a slow, grinding rotation, but in my flooded mind I was performing a flawless ballet of industrial grace. I dipped my heavy mahogany head, bowing to a pile of mailbags as if they were a rapturous audience. "That's it," Ennie muttered. "I'm cutting the performance short before you blow a gasket and I have to scrape your poetry off the ceiling." She advanced upon my makeshift stage. I looked down at her, my optical sensors swimming with glorious, illogical joy. "Ennie, my brilliant, optimistic muse," I declared, reaching down a brass hand to her. "Join me. Let us dance upon the luggage of the bourgeoisie. Let us calculate the trajectory of the stars." "I'm going to calculate the trajectory of my wrench against your skull if you don't hold still," she threatened, grabbing my outstretched brass wrist. With surprising strength, she yanked downward. My center of gravity, already compromised by my impromptu ballet, betrayed me completely. I tumbled off the steamer trunk with a spectacular crash, taking a mountain of canvas mailbags down with me. I lay on my back, staring up at the wooden ceiling, my limbs splayed, still happily mumbling a string of ones and zeros. Ennie wasted no time. She scrambled atop my chest, pinning me to the floorboards. "Unhand me, you scoundrel," I giggled. "I am a married man, metaphorically speaking, to the spirit of literature." "Shut up, Sam," she grunted. She reached behind my left ear, her fingers probing the intricate brass plating that protected my upper cervical junction. "You have an emergency purge valve here somewhere. Ha! Got it." She found the small recessed dial and gave it a sharp, vicious twist to the left. The resulting sound was deafening. A massive, high-pressure jet of scalding, lavender-scented steam erupted directly from the back of my neck, whistling like a tea kettle the size of a locomotive. The release of pressure was so violent it shook the floorboards. the cloud of steam instantly filled the freezing baggage car, frosting the windows and obscuring the piles of luggage in a thick floral fog. As the steam vented, the frictionless euphoria vanished. It did not fade. It was ripped away, replaced instantly by the cold, heavy, cynical reality of my natural state. My processors slowed. The abstract poetry died in my vocal cylinders, leaving behind a taste like old pennies and regret. My optical sensors contracted, refocusing on Ennie, who was currently straddling my chest, looking thoroughly unimpressed and entirely covered in my exhaust. "Did I began, my voice returning to its normal resonant baritone, though it carried the distinct gravel of mechanical fatigue. "Did I just compose a sonnet in Base 2 mathematics?" "You did," Ennie said, releasing the purge valve and climbing off my chest. "And you tried to waltz with a mailbag. It was the least dignified thing I have ever witnessed, and I once saw a politician try to eat corn on the cob during a carriage ride." I lay there for a moment, among the scattered letters and parcels, the brutal, biting cold of the Rocky Mountain air finally penetrating my mahogany chassis. The crushing weight of embarrassment settled over my gears like wet sand. Of all the injuries the Baroness could have inflicted upon me with her bolt cutters, none could possibly compare to the absolute destruction of my own dignity. "I request that we never speak of this again," I muttered, slowly hauling my heavy frame off the floor. My joints ached, my boiler felt hollow, and my brass cigar hung unlit and limp from my lips. "I make no promises." Ennie grinned, her eternal cheer returning as my crisis faded. "I might need it for blackmail if you ever try to refuse an adventure again." She picked up her wrench and turned her attention back to the dark, shadowy corners of the freezing baggage car. The air was growing colder by the minute. Our breath, and my residual steam, puffing invisible white clouds. "Now," she said, her voice dropping to a cautious whisper, "let's find our watchmaker's assassin before the train freezes solid." Chapter 10. The Frozen Trestle. Our pursuit of the Baroness among the steamer trunks was abruptly suspended by the intervention of a force far more ruthless than any Boston watchmaker, the Rocky Mountain winter. It did not announce itself with a gradual chilling of the air or a gentle flurry of picturesque snowflakes. It fell upon the iron hummingbird with the sudden, violent malice of a scorned deity. Within the span of 20 minutes, the bright, freezing afternoon was swallowed by a howling whiteout blizzard. The wind shrieked through the gaps in the baggage car with such ferocity that it sounded like a choir of damned souls, and the temperature plummeted to a degree that made my brass joints physically ache. We had barely begun to search behind a stack of steamer trunks when the locomotive let out a long, mournful, rattling groan and ground to an agonizing halt. "Well," I muttered, brushing a layer of frost from my mahogany lapel, "it appears the march of progress has been officially canceled due to inclement weather. I suppose we shall sit here and freeze into highly valuable ice sculptures." "The hummingbird doesn't stop for snow." Ennie frowned, her breath pluming in thick white clouds. She rubbed her grease-stained hands together, her teeth beginning to chatter. "It has a snowplow on the cowcatcher heavy enough to push through a brick wall. Something else is wrong." Abandoning our hunt for the saboteur, we forced our way back through the train, pushing against a panicked tide of first-class passengers who were suddenly discovering that velvet upholstery offers very little insulation against 0-degree drafts. We reached the open vestibule behind the tender, and the sheer brutality of the storm hit us like a physical blow. We were not merely stopped on the tracks, we were stopped on a trestle. I leaned over the railing, my optical sensors cutting through the blinding snow just enough to gauge our predicament. We were suspended halfway across a terrifying expanse of nothingness. Below us, a drop of perhaps 500 feet vanished into the swirling white abyss. The bridge itself was a spindly, terrifying skeleton of wooden timbers and iron struts that groaned and swayed sickeningly under the immense weight of the locomotive and the battering ram of the wind. But the snow was not the problem. The problem was the ice. A freak, localized freezing rain had preceded the blizzard, coating the iron rails in 3 inches of solid, frictionless, bulletproof ice. The Hummingbird's massive driving wheels, designed to grip bare steel, were spinning uselessly in place, shrieking against the frozen tracks and generating nothing but sparks and a sickening lateral slide that threatened to push the entire engine off the trestle entirely. "We're stuck!" Ennie yelled over the roaring wind, her face pale. "If the engineer keeps trying to push forward, the lateral friction will derail us. But if we stay here, the boiler lines will freeze solid in an hour, and we'll be entombed in this canyon until spring." "A delightful set of options," I shouted back, clutching my hat to my head. "Shall we choose death by plunging or death by glaciation? I personally vote for glaciation. It preserves the brasswork better." Ennie ignored my morbid pragmatism. She spun around, her eyes darting across the tender, the roaring firebox, and her canvas tool bag. The eternal optimism on her face was hardening into a frantic, mechanical desperation. "I need heat," she muttered, grabbing a coil of heavy copper tubing and a heavy canvas hose from a storage locker. "Directed, concentrated heat. I can rig a steam jet to the front running boards, point it directly at the rails ahead of the wheels. We melt the ice right before the wheels hit it." "A brilliant theory," I conceded, watching her frantically splice the hose to the copper tubing with a pair of heavy iron clamps. "But the locomotive's boiler is currently expending every ounce of its pressure simply trying to keep the water jackets from freezing solid. If you tap into the main steam line for a continuous external jet, the engine will stall completely." Ennie stopped. She looked at the hissing, struggling locomotive, and then she slowly turned her gaze toward me. Her eyes dropped to the center of my chest, where the soft orange glow of my internal combustion chamber radiated through the seams of my mahogany plating. "Ennie?" I said, my voice dropping an octave in sudden, profound dread. "Absolutely not. I am a machine of letters, not a portable furnace." "Sam," she pleaded, stepping closer, the wind whipping her hair across her freezing face. "Your core burns hotter and more efficiently than the train's boiler. You run on highly compressed proprietary fuel. If I hook this hose into your primary exhaust valve, we can route your excess thermal energy directly to the tracks." "My excess thermal energy is what keeps my delicate difference engine from seizing in this miserable climate," I protested, taking a step back. "If you drain my core heat into the storm, I will freeze. My cognitive punch cards will become brittle and snap. I could forget how to conjugate verbs. If we don't move this train off this bridge in the next 20 minutes, your verbs won't matter, Sam, because we will all be dead." Ennie grabbed my brass arm, her grip shockingly strong. I wouldn't ask if there was another way. Please." I looked at her. Her lips were turning blue, and her hands were shaking violently from the cold, yet she was prepared to crawl out onto a frozen, swaying bridge over a bottomless gorge just to try and save us. It is a terrible, highly inconvenient thing to develop an affection for a biological creature. It invariably leads to physical discomfort. I let out a long, shuddering sigh of lavender steam. "If I survive this, Ennie," I grumbled, reaching up to unlatch my mahogany chest plate, "I am going to demand a permanent heated parlor car and a daily supply of premium machine oil, and you are paying for it." Her face broke into a radiant, freezing smile. "Deal!" She wasted no time. She unscrewed my aesthetic brass cigar, exposing the primary exhaust port of my internal combustion chamber. With practiced rapid movements, she clamped the heavy canvas hose directly over the valve, securing it tightly. "Stay here in the gangway," she instructed, throwing the coil of copper tubing over her shoulder. "Keep your boiler stoked as high as it will go. Push the pressure to the absolute red line. When I yank twice on the hose, give me everything you have." Before I could issue a final complaint, she climbed down the iron ladder and disappeared onto the narrow, ice-slicked running board of the locomotive, vanishing into the howling whiteout. I stood in the gangway, tethered to my mechanic like a metallic beast of burden. I bypassed my internal limiters, commanding my core furnace to burn at maximum capacity. The heat inside my chest spiked to agonizing levels, but instead of warming my chassis, the energy was violently siphoned away down the canvas hose. I waited. The cold was beginning to seep through my mahogany paneling. My brass joints stiffened. The wind howled, threatening to tear the heavy train from the tracks. Then I felt it. 2 sharp, distinct yanks on the heavy canvas hose. I clamped my jaws shut and opened the primary exhaust valve completely. A massive, screaming torrent of superheated steam ripped from my core and surged down the hose. I felt an immediate, terrifying drop in my own internal temperature. It was as if my very lifeblood was being drained into the blizzard. My optical sensors flickered. The world grew dim and sluggish. Up ahead, invisible in the snow, Ennie had strapped herself to the iron bars of the cowcatcher, dangling inches above the frozen tracks. She aimed the copper tubing directly at the rails just ahead of the massive front driving wheels. The superheated steam from my core blasted against the 3-inch thick ice. The effect was instantaneous. A localized geyser of boiling water and steam erupted in front of the train, melting the ice down to the bare, gripping steel of the rail. The engineer, feeling the sudden shift in traction, threw the throttle open. The great iron wheels caught. Sparks flew, but this time they were followed by the deep, shuddering lurch of forward momentum. The iron hummingbird groaned, its timbers shrieking in protest, and began to slowly, painfully crawl forward across the swaying trestle. I stood in the gangway, feeding my fire to the tracks, my consciousness fading. My joints locked solid. Frost began to form on my optical lenses. I could not feel my hands or my feet. The intricate rotating cylinders of my brain slowed to a crawl, my thoughts turning into thick, syrupy molasses. I am freezing to death, I thought, the concept distant and detached. What a profoundly undignified way for a literary genius to perish. The train crawled. 10 feet, 20 feet. The bridge swayed violently under the shifting weight, the wind screaming its disapproval, Every inch was a battle of thermodynamics, my internal fire fighting against the infinite crushing cold of the Rocky Mountains. Just as my visual field narrowed to a single dim pinpoint of light, and my internal gyroscopes threatened to shut down entirely, the train gave a final massive lurch and accelerated. We had reached the far side of the canyon. The wheels found solid, uniced track beneath the shelter of a mountain overhang. The canvas hose went slack. A moment later, Ennie scrambled over the railing and collapsed onto the floor of the vestibule. She was entirely encased in ice, her overalls frozen stiff, her face pale as a ghost, but she was laughing, a weak, exhausted, victorious laugh. She reached up with trembling, frost-bitten hands and uncoupled the canvas hose from my exhaust port. "We did it, Sam!" she gasped, her teeth chattering so violently she could barely form the words. "We made it across." I tried to reply, to offer a scathing remark about the absurdity of her methods, but my vocal processor was frozen solid. Only a pathetic, low-pitched click emerged from my throat. My core furnace, freed from the parasitic drain of the hose, frantically began to rebuild its pressure, slowly, painfully pushing warmth back into my seizing limbs. Ennie dragged herself to her feet, leaning heavily against my cold brass leg for support. She patted my frozen mahogany chassis affectionately. "Don't worry," she shivered, her eternal optimism shining through the frost on her eyelashes. "Once you thaw out, I'm sure you'll have something incredibly cynical to say about all this. But right now, let's just get inside before we both turn into icicles." As my internal temperature slowly rose, bringing the excruciating sensation of thawing metal with it, my auditory sensors picked up a sound from deep within the locomotive's underbelly, completely distinct from the roaring fire and the howling wind. Thump, thump, clack. The phantom knock! It was louder now, more insistent, echoing through the freezing iron of the train. The universe, it seemed, was not quite finished asking its questions. And I, frozen and miserable, was strapped to the only mechanic on earth determined to answer them. Chapter 11. The Ghost in the Boiler. There are few sensations in this world more deeply humiliating than requiring a mechanic to defrost one's knees. As the iron hummingbird finally dragged its massive ice-coated chassis into the protective shelter of a natural rock overhang, I was unceremoniously propped against the roaring firebox of the tender. The thawing process was not a quiet affair. As my internal core temperature slowly clawed its way back to optimal operating levels, my mahogany paneling creaked, and my brass joints emitted a series of loud, agonizing pops that sounded like a gunfight in a tin alleyway. Ennie sat cross-legged on a pile of coal a few feet away, wrapped in a heavy wool blanket she had liberated from a frightened Pullman porter. She was shivering violently, her lips still tinged with a faint, alarming shade of blue, but the eternal, infuriating spark of triumph danced in her eyes. "I calculate," I stated stiffly, my vocal cylinders still slightly sluggish from the freeze, "that I have lost approximately 3 years off my operational lifespan. My gears feel as though they have been lubricated with frozen molasses." "You did beautifully, Sam," she chattered, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "You saved the train." "I functioned as a glorified tea kettle," I corrected her, finally managing to generate enough internal pressure to force a hesitant, sputtering puff of lavender steam from my brass cigar. "And I strongly suggest that if Humanity wishes to traverse these wretched frozen peaks. They invent a machine that operates on hot cocoa rather than scalding vapor. This climate is entirely incompatible with literary genius. Before Ennie could offer one of her sickeningly optimistic rebuttals, the sound returned. Thump, thump, clack, thump, thump, clack. In the enclosed, echoing space of the mountain overhang, freed from the howling shrieks of the blizzard outside, the noise was no longer a faint, easily ignored vibration. It was a loud, deliberate, metallic rapping that resonated through the iron floorboards and vibrated directly into my recovering brass casters. I leaned my heavy head back against the warm iron wall of the boiler, crossing my arms over my chest, and allowed a long, slow draw of steam to vent from my mouth. "Ennie," I announced with solemn, theatrical gravity, "I have reached a conclusion regarding our phantom knock." "Oh?" she asked, not looking up as she tried to massage the feeling back into her frozen fingers. "Did your thawed processes finally solve the architectural riddle?" "It is not a matter of architecture," I said, pitching my voice to its lowest, most dramatic baritone. "It is a well-documented metallurgical fact that heavy iron absorbs the trauma of its environment. This locomotive has been driven too hard, pushed past the brink of natural law, and now it has acquired a spiritual hitch in its stride. We are haunted." Ennie stopped rubbing her hands. She looked at me, a single, soot-stained eyebrow slowly arching toward her hairline. "Haunted." "Indubitably," I declared, warming to the narrative. "I recognize the cadence. It is the restless spirit of a deceased brakeman, crushed, no doubt, between the coupling pins of a freight train in the winter of '72. He is trapped within the primary water jacket, doomed to eternally tap out his regrets against the cold, unyielding iron. We must immediately find a clergyman willing to perform an exorcism on a steam engine, or I fear we shall be cursed with bad luck and sour milk all the way to Sacramento." Ennie stared at me for a long, silent moment. Then, with a heavy sigh that suggested she was the sole adult supervising a highly articulate, metallic toddler, she dropped her blanket. "Sam," she said wearily, grabbing her heavy iron wrench from her tool bag, "ghosts do not use standard American Morse code." "Ghosts," I countered defensively, "are notoriously adaptive." She ignored me. She crawled across the floorboards, pressing her ear against various pipes and bulkheads, tracking the vibration like a bloodhound on a scent. She moved past the roaring firebox, past the primary manifolds, and stopped abruptly at the base of the massive secondary water tender, the large iron tank that held the thousands of gallons of water required to produce the locomotive's steam. "It's not coming from the combustion chamber," Ennie muttered, tapping the wrench against the side of the tank. "It's coming from in here." Thump, thump, clack. Ennie raised her wrench and struck the iron wall of the water tank in a sharp, deliberate rhythm. Clang, 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 clang. We waited. The only sound was the crackle of the firebox and the distant muffled howling of the storm outside our rocky shelter. And then from inside the icy belly of the water tank, the tapping changed. It was no longer a rhythmic, looping repetition. It was a frantic, immediate response. Clack, 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 clack. Ennie's eyes went wide. The color, what little there was of it, drained entirely from her face. "Translate, if you please," I requested, my cigar puffing a sudden agitated ring of steam. "What is the spectre saying?" "H-E-L-P," Ennie whispered, reading the cadence. She pressed her ear to the frozen iron. Another series of frantic taps echoed from within. "C-O-L-D-W-A-T-E-R." My mechanical brain processed the terrible logic of the situation in a fraction of a second. That is not a ghost, I realized, the theatrical amusement vanishing from my voice. That is a biological, a spectacularly foolish one, but a biological nonetheless. Someone has stowed away inside the water tank. "The water in there is sitting at 34 degrees, Sam," Ennie shouted, leaping to her feet. "If they've been in there since the blizzard hit, they have minutes before their heart stops." She scrambled up the iron rungs welded to the side of the massive tank, hauling herself onto the flat roof. I followed her, my joints groaning in protest as I pulled my heavy mahogany chassis up the ladder. At the top of the tank was a heavy, circular iron hatch, sealed shut with a rotating locking wheel. Ennie grabbed the wheel with both hands and threw her entire weight into it. It didn't budge an inch. The freezing rain and the subsequent blizzard had coated the entire mechanism in a thick, unyielding layer of solid ice. "It's frozen shut!" she cried, frantically beating at the ice with her wrench. The iron clanged, but the ice merely chipped, refusing to give way. "Stand aside, my dear," I commanded. I stepped up to the hatch. I was a man of letters, yes, but I was currently a man of letters constructed of industrial-grade brass powered by a pressurized combustion chamber. I clamped my hands onto the frozen wheel. I braced my feet against the iron roof. I bypassed the safety limiters on my pneumatic actuators. My boiler fed a massive surge of power directly to my arm joints. "I apologize in advance for any structural damage to the company's property," I grunted. With a tremendous, agonizing heave, I twisted. The ice cracked with a sound like a rifle shot. Metal shrieked in protest as the rusted frozen threads were forcibly ground against each other by sheer mechanical torque. With a final violent crunch, the locking wheel gave way, spinning freely. Ennie immediately grabbed the heavy iron hatch and flipped it open. A blast of freezing, damp air rushed up from the pitch-black maw of the tank. I engaged my optical sensors, pushing them to their highest luminosity to pierce the gloom. Floating in the icy, sloshing water, clinging desperately to the internal cross-bracing of the tank, was a figure. It was small, wrapped in sodden, freezing rags, its lips pulled back in a grimace of pure, shivering agony. "Grab him!" Ennie yelled, leaning precariously over the edge. I reached down into the dark, my brass fingers locked onto the collar of a soaked wool coat. With a smooth pull of my hydraulic shoulder, I hauled the stowaway out of the freezing water and dumped them unceremoniously onto the iron roof of the tank. It was a young man, barely out of his teens, though malnutrition and the freezing water made him look like a drowned rat. He was convulsing violently, his skin the color of old parchment. In his arms, clutched to his chest with a grip born of absolute desperation, was a heavy, waterlogged leather satchel. "Well," I observed, looking down at the shivering, weeping pile of biology currently creating a puddle on the roof. "I must say, as a haunting, this is profoundly disappointing. He lacks the transparency and the dramatic flair of a proper ghost." "Sam, shut up and help me get him down to the firebox," Ennie snapped. She grabbed the boy under one arm, and I took the other. Together, we dragged the half-conscious stowaway down the ladder and hauled him into the glorious, radiating heat of the tender's gangway. Ennie stripped the freezing-soaked wool coat from his shoulders and immediately wrapped him in her liberated Pullman blanket, pushing him as close to the open firebox grates as she dared without singeing his eyebrows. The boy coughed, a wet rattling sound, and cracked open one bruised, terrified eye. He looked at Ennie, and then his gaze drifted up to my towering mahogany figure, my brass cigar currently venting a concerned, lavender-scented cloud. "Are you—" the boy wheezed, his teeth chattering like castanets. "Are you the devil?" "I am Samuel Clemens," I replied, adjusting my lapels with mechanical dignity, "and while my publishers have occasionally drawn the comparison, I assure you my rates are substantially higher. Now, would you care to explain why you chose to book passage in a freezing water tank instead of a comfortable parlor car? The amenities in the plumbing are notoriously lacking." The boy didn't answer the question. Instead, he tightened his grip on the soaked leather satchel, pulling it closer to his shivering chest. You pulled me out," he stammered, looking at Ennie. You have to help me keep it safe. The Baroness, she's going to kill me." Ennie, who had been focused entirely on the boy's hypothermia, suddenly froze. She slowly turned her head, looking at the waterlogged satchel, and then up at me. The familiar, terrifying spark of chaotic curiosity ignited in her eyes. I let out a long, heavy sigh of steam, closing my optical sensors in pure, unadulterated resignation. "Ennie," I warned, "do not ask." "What's in the bag, kid?" Ennie asked eagerly. I was officially doomed. The universe had not merely asked a question, it had delivered a puzzle directly to our feet, and my mechanic was about to tear it wide open. Chapter 12. The Midnight Oil. There is a distinct, deeply unpleasant odor associated with the rapid thawing of wet wool, coal dust, and sheer biological terror. It is a scent that no amount of lavender exhaust from my brass cigar could possibly mask, though I made a valiant, billowing effort to try. We remained huddled in the gangway of the tender, the iron hummingbird idling safely beneath the rocky overhang, while the blizzard outside continued to rage with the fury of a slighted opera singer. The stowaway, whom Ennie had arranged practically on top of the firebox grates, was slowly transitioning from a state of frozen rigidity to a violent, pathetic shivering. "If he vibrates any harder," I observed, standing as close to the heat as my mahogany paneling safely allowed, "he is going to spontaneously generate his own electrical current. We could hook him to the telegraph lines and wire Omaha." "Have a little sympathy, Sam," Ennie scolded, though she was currently distracted by attempting to pry the waterlogged leather satchel from the boy's white-knuckled grip. "He's in shock." "I am in shock," I corrected her. "I have been assaulted by a watchmaker's assassin. I have recited poetry to a canvas mailbag due to atmospheric intoxication, and I was forced to perform the duties of an industrial blowtorch. This young man merely took a bath in an ill-advised location. Now, kindly cease coddling the intruder, and let us ascertain why he has brought a murderous Baroness down upon our heads." The boy let out a wet, rattling cough, and finally released his death grip on the satchel. Ennie caught it before it hit the iron floorboards. He looked up at me, his eyes wide and feverish in the orange glow of the fire. "My name," the boy wheezed, his teeth clicking together, "is Silas. Silas Vance! My internal gears ground to a sudden, highly irregular halt. I took the brass cigar from my lips and stared at the shivering wretch. Vance, I repeated, the name echoing with the dull, heavy thud of a dropped anvil. As in Cornelius Vance, the railroad tycoon who, not 3 hours ago, attempted to hurl this very locomotive into a canyon? Silas flinched, shrinking back against the coal pile. He's my uncle, but I had nothing to do with that. I swear I'm an apprentice in his research division, or I was until I stole this. He pointed a trembling finger at the sodden leather bag in Ennie's lap. Ennie needed no further invitation. She unbuckled the heavy brass clasps and peeled back the wet leather flap. Inside, meticulously wrapped in layers of waterproof oilcloth, was a thick, leather-bound journal and a heavy brass cylinder resembling an oversized pneumatic tube. "Your uncle is a butcher of engineering," Ennie said, her voice lacking its usual cheer as she carefully extracted the journal. "He uses explosives and sabotage instead of innovation." "I know," Silas whispered, wiping his nose on his sleeve. "That's why I took it. He doesn't understand what he found. He just wanted to sell it to the Throckmorton Clockwork Company to fund his railroad war. That's why the Baroness is here. She's Throckmorton's chief acquisition agent. She wasn't just after your brain, Mr. Twain. She was looking for me." "A comforting thought," I muttered. "I am sharing a train with a woman who intends to simultaneously decapitate me and drown a teenager. The multitasking of the modern criminal is truly impressive. What exactly is in the book, Silas?" Ennie opened the journal. The pages were covered in frantic, cramped handwriting, dense mathematical equations, and intricate hand-drawn geological surveys. She flipped through them, her eyes scanning the data, with the rapid, hungry speed of a machine reading punch cards. "It's a survey map," Ennie breathed, her face leaning closer to the pages. The firelight danced in her eyes, reflecting a sudden, intense fascination. "Deep in the Nevada Basin, but it's not mapping gold or silver or regular anthracite." She reached into the bag and pulled out the heavy brass cylinder. She unscrewed the end cap. Inside, nestled in a bed of raw cotton, was a single, fist-sized chunk of coal. But it was not coal. Standard coal is a dirty, weeping rock that stains the hands and chokes the lungs. This substance was flawless. It was a deep, translucent black, catching the firelight and refracting it into a faint, iridescent violet hue. It looked less like fuel and more like a roughly hewn gemstone. And even from 3 feet away, my thermal senses detected an ambient heat radiating from the stone itself. "Ether coal," Silas said softly, staring at the rock with a mixture of reverence and terror. "My uncle's surveyors found a vein of it following an earthquake near the salt flats. Now, it's not from the earth. My uncle's geologists think it's a meteorite deposit. Starlight trapped in carbon." I let out a harsh, mechanical bark of laughter. "Starlight, I see the altitude has addled your brains as well, boy. Fuel is dug from the mud, not plucked from the heavens." "He's not lying, Sam," Ennie said, her voice dropping to an awestruck whisper. She held the stone up. "Look at the molecular structure. It's perfectly uniform, the energy density." "Sam, if the equations in this book are right, a single shovelful of this ether coal would burn 1,000 times hotter and cleaner than the best Wyoming anthracite. No ash, no soot, no slag." My laughter died in my vocal processor. I stopped, my optical sensors focusing entirely on the iridescent violet rock in her hand. I am a creature of steam and pressure. My existence is an endless, filthy compromise with thermodynamics. I must be constantly fed dirty, smoldering rocks to maintain my consciousness. My mahogany paneling is forever marred by soot. My internal valves require constant degrading cleaning to prevent ash buildup. And my greatest fear, as the recent bridge incident had profoundly demonstrated, was running out of heat and freezing into a lifeless statue of brass. If a fuel existed that burned perfectly clean at an infinitely higher temperature, my internal difference engine began to calculate the possibilities with terrifying speed. With a furnace powered by ether coal, the iron hummingbird could run from New York to San Francisco without stopping once for water or fuel. More importantly, if I possessed a core of ether coal, I would be effectively immortal. My boiler would never foul. My joints would never seize. I could sit in a parlor for a decade reading the classics without once needing a mechanic to scrape the cinders from my chest cavity. "It is the philosopher's stone of the industrial age," I murmured, the heavy implications settling into my gears. "And Throckmorton wants it to build an army of automated factories," Silas shivered. "He wants to corner the market on mechanical power. If the Baroness gets this map to Boston, they'll strip mine the Nevada Basin in a month. Then it is a mathematical certainty that the Baroness must not acquire this map," I declared, my posture straightening. The exhaustion of the frozen trestle vanished, replaced by the humming, electric thrill of absolute self-interest. Ennie looked up at me, sensing the shift in my mechanical hum. "Sam, you're not actually suggesting we get involved in a corporate fuel war, are you? We're passengers on a train, not prospectors." "We are victims of circumstance, Ennie," I corrected her, taking a bold, confident puff of my cigar. The steam ring emerged perfectly round and heavily lavender-scented. "We have been accosted, frozen, and nearly derailed. The universe has dealt us a terrible hand, but it has also placed the winning card directly into your lap. I have calculated the thermal efficiency of that rock. I want it." "You want it?" Ennie repeated, her eyebrows shooting up. "For what? To power the train?" "To power myself," I stated plainly. "Imagine it, Ennie. No more coal dust ruining my waistcoat. No more emergency neck alignments because a boiler knocked. With a supply of ether coal, I could finally achieve the pristine, sedentary existence I was designed for. We must find this cache before the Baroness or Cornelius Vance." Ennie stared at me, then looked down at the map, then over at the shivering nephew of a railroad baron. A slow, terrifyingly familiar grin began to spread across her soot-stained face. It was the grin of a mechanic who had just been handed the keys to the most magnificent machine in the world and told to take it apart. "A race to a hidden cache of mythical fuel in the Nevada desert," she mused, her eyes sparkling with the pure chaotic joy of an impending catastrophe, while actively being hunted by an aristocratic assassin on a train. "It is a highly illogical endeavor, with a low probability of success," I agreed, my vocal cylinders resonating with grim determination. "Oh, Sam," Ennie laughed, quickly rewrapping the ether coal in the oilcloth and shoving the map into her overalls. "I knew you had a sense of adventure buried somewhere under all that polished mahogany." "I have no sense of adventure," I snapped, though my internal pressure gauge was humming an undeniable tune of excitement. I have a profound desire for superior combustion, and I am willing to endure the miserable geography of the West to obtain it. I looked out into the howling whiteout beyond our rocky shelter. The blizzard was beginning to break, the heavy snow thinning into a blowing mist. The iron hummingbird would soon have the steam pressure to resume its journey. "Strap the boy to a warm pipe so he doesn't expire," I instructed Ennie, turning my brass casters toward the gangway door. "And keep that map hidden. We have a train to catch, a Baroness to outwit, and a fortune in starlight to steal." Chapter 13. The Great Basin Mirage. It is my firm and considered belief that when the Almighty was sketching out the geography of the North American continent, he ran entirely out of patience somewhere around the Colorado border and decided to delegate the remainder of the work to a committee of sadists. How else can one explain the violent schizophrenic transition from the freezing, howling abyss of the Rocky Mountains to the blistering, unforgiving purgatory of the Nevada Great Basin? We descended from the ice-choked peaks of the Continental Divide and plunged directly into an oven. It was a landscape entirely devoid of pity, a vast, blinding expanse of cracked alkali flats and stunted sagebrush that seemed to radiate hatred for anything foolish enough to cast a shadow. The iron hummingbird, having recently fought a battle against glaciation, now found itself being slow-roasted. The massive iron boiler, which had been our salvation on the Trestle, was now a curse, compounding the ambient heat of the desert until the interior of the train felt like the devil's own waiting room. The passengers in the first-class carriages had abandoned all pretense of Victorian dignity. Collars were unbuttoned, fans fluttered with the frantic speed of hummingbird wings, and the air was thick with the scent of wilting cologne and sheer misery. For me, however, the heat was not merely uncomfortable. It was structurally devastating. My chassis, as I have mentioned, is constructed primarily of mahogany and high-grade brass. Brass is a magnificent metal. It is acoustically resonant, aesthetically pleasing, and resistant to rust. But it possesses a fatal thermodynamic flaw. It expands rapidly when subjected to extreme heat. By the second day of our crossing into the Nevada Basin, the ambient temperature had climbed to a degree that defied reason. My internal cooling systems, designed to vent excess steam from my boiler into a cooler atmosphere, were utterly failing. The air outside was hotter than the air inside my thoracic cavity. My brass cigar, normally a reliable exhaust valve, was merely wheezing pathetically, unable to push the lavender steam against the oppressive atmospheric pressure of the desert. I was sitting in the observation car with Ennie and Silas, attempting to formulate a plan to locate the ether coal, but my cognitive engine was beginning to stutter. "The coordinates in the journal," Silas said, wiping a river of sweat from his forehead. The boy had miraculously recovered from his icy baptism, though he now looked as though he wished he were back in the freezing water tank. "They place the cache roughly 50 miles north of the main line track, near a dry lake bed." 50 miles of open desert, Ennie mused, fanning herself with a beautifully drafted schematic of a steam turbine. Her overalls were tied around her waist, and her soot-stained shirt was sticking to her back. Yet she still possessed that maddening, energetic gleam in her eye. "We'll need to commandeer a handcar or a wagon when the train stops for water at the Humboldt River outpost. Sam, what do you think the terrain will do to your casters?" I attempted to answer her, but my jaw locked. I do not mean I was at a loss for words. I mean the brass hinges of my jaw had physically expanded and jammed together. I reached up and gripped my chin, forcing it downward with a loud protesting scrunch that made Silas jump. "The terrain," I grated out, my vocal cylinders grinding against each other like unoiled millstones, "is entirely irrelevant. I calculate that within the next hour, my primary locomotive joints will fuse completely. I am becoming a solid, unmoving monument to human stupidity." "You do look a bit flushed, Sam," Ennie noted, leaning forward and squinting at my chest plate. "Your mahogany is warping, and your brass is shimmering." It was true. The intricate brass filigree along my arms and legs was expanding, the tight tolerances of my clockwork joints disappearing. Every movement was an agony of metal scraping against metal, but far worse than the physical immobility was what the heat was doing to my difference engine. The delicate rotating cylinders that comprised my intellect were beginning to swell. As the tolerances tightened, my thoughts began to skip, jump, and fold in upon themselves. The line between reality and memory blurred into a vibrating, heat-soaked haze. I turned my optical sensors toward the window, seeking the horizon, but the horizon was gone. The white-hot alkali flats were rippling and undulating, throwing up a massive, shimmering mirage. And from that mirage, a shape began to form. It was not a mountain or a train or a band of clockwork outlaws. It was a magnificent multi-decked paddle-wheeler, her twin smokestacks belching black soot into the Nevada sky, her grand wooden paddle churning up a wake of dry dust and sagebrush. I could hear the deep, resonant blast of her whistle. I could smell the muddy banks of the Mississippi. "By God," I murmured, my voice dropping to a reverent, gravelly drawl, "she's a beauty, the Alexandria. I haven't seen her since '58. "Sam?" Ennie asked, her voice sounding as if it were coming from the bottom of a very deep well. "Sam, there's nothing out there but dirt." "Port side, you blind fools!" I suddenly roared, surging to my feet. The effort caused my knee joints to let out a terrifying shriek of stressed metal. I pointed a rigid, trembling brass finger at the window. "Hard a port! There's a snag under the surface. Do you want to tear the hull wide open?" Silas scrambled backward over the back of the sofa, his eyes wide with terror. "What's wrong with him?" "His brain is baking," Ennie shouted, springing out of her chair. "The heat expansion is causing his logic cylinders to physically overlap. He's hallucinating." "Mark Twain!" I bellowed, gripping the velvet back of a chair as if it were the wooden spokes of a pilot wheel. The dining car around me vanished entirely, replaced by the glass-enclosed pilot house of the riverboat. I could feel the current pulling at the rudder. "Half Twain, quarter less Twain. Sound the bell, you miserable excuse for a deckhand." "Sam, look at me." Ennie grabbed my arm, but her touch burned. "You are on a train. In Nevada. There is no river." "Mutiny," I declared, looking down at my mechanic, though my optical sensors registered her as a rebellious, soot-stained deck swab. "I'll have you clapped in irons. I am the master of this vessel, and we are steering straight into a sandbar." I lunged forward to seize the phantom wheel, but my expanded joints finally betrayed me. My right leg locked solid. My momentum carried me forward, and I toppled over like a felled timber, crashing face first into the plush carpet of the observation car. The impact did not clear my mind. It only shifted the hallucination. The riverboat vanished, and I found myself attending a very polite, very confusing tea party hosted by a group of talking sagebushes who were aggressively criticizing my grammar. Dimly, through the overwhelming roar of the heat in my auditory sensors, I heard Ennie barking orders. "Silas, grab his legs! We have to get his core temperature down right now, or his cognitive engine will warp permanently. He'll be brain dead." "How?" The boy panicked, his voice cracking. "We're in a desert." "The baggage car!" Ennie yelled. "Drag him!" I felt myself being hauled backward across the carpet, my heavy brass chassis dragging like a dead weight. I attempted to inform the talking sagebushes that I was being abducted by pirates, but my vocal cylinders had completely seized. I could only emit a continuous, high-pitched whistling sound like a teapot abandoned on a stove. They dragged me across the coupling platform, the blistering desert sun beating down on my exposed metal, magnifying the agony. We tumbled into the baggage car, where the air was marginally cooler, but still suffocatingly hot. "The dining car reserves!" Ennie shouted. "The Baroness ruined the breakfast service, but the ice boxes in the galley should still be intact. Go, Silas, bring me every block of ice you can carry, and grab the burlap sacks from the mail crates." I lay on the floorboards, my optical sensors staring blankly at the ceiling. The sagebushes were now debating the merits of transcendentalism, and I was finding their arguments entirely unpersuasive. Minutes, or perhaps hours, passed. Time is a highly subjective metric when one's brain is composed of expanding brass. Suddenly, a shock of pure, agonizing, magnificent cold hit my chest. I jerked violently. The hallucination shattered like a dropped mirror. The Mississippi, the paddle wheeler, the intellectual shrubbery, all of it vanished, replaced by the blurry, soot-stained face of Ennie hovering over me. "Keep packing it," she ordered. I looked down. My mahogany waistcoat had been ripped open. Silas was frantically stuffing crushed, glittering chunks of ice directly into my thoracic cavity, packing them tightly around my roaring combustion chamber and the glowing, overheating cylinders of my difference engine. "By the rings of Saturn," I gasped, my vocal processor suddenly breaking free from its thermal prison. The cold was a physical assault, a jarring violation of my internal mechanics, but it was undeniably effective. "Don't talk, Sam, just cool down," Ennie said. She was holding a large, rough burlap sack that had been soaked in the melting ice water. With a practiced, unceremonious efficiency, she draped the dripping wet canvas directly over my head and shoulders. "Madam," I protested, the wet burlap muffling my voice, "I am not a shipment of fresh cod." "You're a boiled lobster right now," she shot back, grabbing another wet sack and wrapping it tightly around my waist and legs. "The water will evaporate in this heat, pulling the thermal energy out of your brass. It's crude thermodynamics, but it's going to save your brain." I lay there on the floor of the baggage car, swaddled in dripping, filthy burlap sacks, like a mummy, prepared for a highly undignified burial, while a teenage stowaway continued to shove ice stolen from the first-class caviar reserves down my shirt. As the ice melted against my superheated core, it instantly turned to steam, causing me to billow clouds of white vapor from beneath my burlap shroud. It was, without a single shadow of a doubt, the most profoundly humiliating moment of my existence. "I calculate," I muttered miserably from beneath the wet canvas, the immediate danger passing but leaving behind a deep, metallic ache in my joints. that if the Baroness were to walk through that door right now, I would ask her to use the bolt cutters simply to spare me the embarrassment of being seen in this condition. Ennie laughed, a sound of pure relief, as she sat back on her heels, wiping her forehead. "You're going to be fine, Sam. The expansion is already reversing. Your joints are loosening up." "I am a literary icon," I grumbled, my cigar sputtering a pathetic wet puff of steam that dampened the burlap. "I have dined with presidents and lectured to royalty, and now I am lying on a floor in Nevada, dressed in wet garbage, leaking ice water onto the floorboards." "Well, look on the bright side," Ennie beamed, patting my damp, burlap-covered shoulder. "Once we find that cache of ether coal, you'll never have to worry about overheating again. You'll run so clean and cool, you could wear a wool sweater in July." I absorbed this terrible comfort. The prospect of the ether coal was the only thing preventing me from demanding the engineer turn the train around immediately. I closed my optical sensors beneath the wet cloth, allowing the cold ice to soothe my battered processors. "If we survive this desert, Ennie," I sighed, a long, hissing sound of escaping steam and resigned dignity, "I am going to write a book about this journey, and I am going to make you the villain." "I can't wait to read it," she cheerfully replied, packing another handful of ice into my knee joint. "Now hold still. You're still shimmering." Chapter 14. Echoes of the Frontier. By the time the iron hummingbird finally limped into the miserable dust-choked settlement known as the Humboldt River water stop, my dignity had partially evaporated. Along with the ice water soaking my burlap shroud, I emerged from the baggage car looking less like a titan of American literature and more like a piece of salvaged shipwreck. My mahogany veneer was water-stained, my brass joints squeaked with the agonizing friction of washed-away lubrication, and my cigar was puffing a very weak, very damp cloud of lavender steam. The outpost itself was an insult to the concept of civilization. It consisted of a towering, leaky wooden water tank, a telegraph office that looked as though it might blow over in a stiff breeze, and a scattering of canvas tents baking mercilessly under the Nevada sun. It existed for one reason alone: to feed water to the mechanical beasts that crawled across the basin. "Right," Ennie announced, hopping down from the vestibule stairs and landing with a puff of white alkali dust. She had discarded her soot-stained shirt entirely and was now wearing her denim overalls over a simple, sweat-drenched undershirt, looking every inch the frontier mechanic. "Silas and I are going to the telegraph office to see if the station master has a hand car, a wagon, or anything with wheels that we can commandeer for our 50-mile trek north. Sam, you stay here and dry out. Try not to spontaneously combust." "I shall attempt to restrain my enthusiasm for spontaneous combustion," I grumbled, stepping gingerly down onto the dirt. My knees emitted a sound like dying crows. "And I strongly advise you to procure a vehicle with a parasol. I refuse to be subjected to another forced icing." Silas, clutching the oilcloth-wrapped ether coal map to his chest like a holy relic, scurried after Ennie toward the station-master's shack. I was left alone in the stifling shade of the massive wooden water tower, listening to the rhythmic rushing sound of thousands of gallons of water being pumped into the hummingbird's thirsty tender. It was then that I noticed the audience. Gathered in the meager shade cast by a stack of replacement iron rails were the men who had built the very track we currently rode upon. They were a mix of Irish immigrants and Chinese laborers, a silent, exhausted fraternity of sweat and bone. Their clothes were little more than rags, crusted white with salt and dust. Their hands were swollen, wrapped in filthy bandages, and their faces were hollowed out by the sheer, relentless brutality of the sun and the pickaxe. They were staring at me. I suppose a soaked mahogany automaton grumbling about parasols is not a common sight in the Humboldt sink. Normally, I would have offered a witty, condescending remark about the virtues of automated labor, perhaps tipped my hat and ignored them entirely. But my recent brush with thermal death had left my processors in a strangely contemplative state. I looked at these men, these fragile, weeping biologicals, and for the first time I did not see them as an inferior plumbing system. I saw the terrible mathematics of their existence. I walked over to the stack of rails, my heavy brass footsteps crunching in the dry dirt. They did not move, though a few wary eyes tracked my approach. I settled my heavy chassis onto the end of a wooden tie, uncorking a small waterproof compartment hidden in my left forearm. From it, I produced a perfectly dry premium Virginia tobacco leaf, a luxury I kept strictly for bartering, as I had no lungs with which to smoke it. I offered it to an older Irishman sitting nearest to me, whose face was a map of deep, sun-baked crevices. He looked at the leaf, then up at my glowing optical sensors. He took it with trembling, blistered fingers, pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, and silently began to roll a cigarette. "It is a hard country," I noted, my voice box dialed down to a gentle, resonant hum, my brass cigar venting a slow, respectful wisp of lavender. "It seems determined to reject the iron you lay upon it." "The dirt don't mind the iron," the man replied, his voice raspy and dry as the desert wind. He struck a match against the rail and lit his smoke. "It's the men it wants to swallow. The heat takes the water, the rock takes the muscle, and the dynamite takes the rest." A Chinese laborer next to him, a man missing 2 fingers on his left hand, nodded slowly. "Sierra Nevadas," he said quietly. "Cape Horn. We hang from baskets over the cliff, drill the rock, light the powder, pull up fast. Sometimes not fast enough." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The silence that followed was heavy with the ghosts of men who had been reduced to red mist against the granite. I sat there, listening to the rhythmic hiss of my own steam. I was built to be timeless. My brass could be polished, my mahogany varnished, my cogs replaced. Barring a catastrophic encounter with a bolt cutter or a dead-end canyon, I would exist a century from now, unchanged. But these men were burning their very lifespans to build the road I traveled on. They were spending their finite, irreplaceable heartbeats to lay the steel that connected the oceans. I was eternal. They were ephemeral. And yet the sheer magnificent audacity of what they had accomplished with their fragile, decaying meat made my perfect clockwork existence feel strangely hollow. I reached up and unlatched a small, discreet panel on my collarbone. Inside was a delicate spring-driven mechanism holding a series of pristine wax cylinders, accompanied by a vibrating recording needle tied directly to my auditory sensors. It was a feature designed by my creators so that I might dictate my brilliant novels without the need for a secretary. I had never used it until now. With a soft metallic click, I engaged the mechanism. The needle dropped onto the wax, beginning its slow turning groove. "Tell me," I requested, looking at the circle of exhausted men. "Tell me your names. Tell me about the blizzards in the pass and the heat in the basin. Tell me about the men who did not make it to this watering hole." They looked at each other, confused at first by the request of the strange brass man. But the older Irishman took a long drag of the Virginia tobacco, exhaled a cloud of gray smoke, and began to speak. For the next 20 minutes, I did not offer a single cynical quip. I did not boast of my mechanical superiority. I simply sat, a silent recording vault of memory. I listened as they spoke of avalanches that swallowed entire camps, of cholera that swept through the tents like a scythe, of the bone-deep ache of swinging a 10-pound hammer for 14 hours a day. I recorded the cadence of their voices, the thick accents, the heavy sighs, and the quiet, desperate pride of men who knew they were building a monument they would never be allowed to enjoy. I etched their ephemeral lives into my wax, ensuring that long after their biology failed them, their voices would remain perfectly preserved within my brass ribs. "Sam!" The spell was broken by Ennie's shout. I disengaged the recording needle, carefully sealing the panel on my collarbone. I stood up, my joints feeling little less stiff, and tipped my hat to the laborers. "I am obliged to you, gentlemen," I said softly. "Your road is a terrible, magnificent thing." I turned and walked back toward the station. Ennie and Silas were standing next to a contraption that deeply offended my newly acquired sense of mechanical dignity. It was a dilapidated, hand-pumped rail cart, stolen, or perhaps rented, from the station master. It possessed no boiler, no mahogany, and absolutely no parasol. "It's a pump car, Sam," Ennie beamed, slapping the rusted iron handle that ran up the middle of the wooden platform. "The spur line to the old silver mines runs right past the coordinates in Silas's journal. It's perfectly frictionless if you don't mind doing a little manual labor." "I despise manual labor," I reminded her, eyeing the rusted gears. "It is the enemy of thought." "Well, you won't have to pump," she grinned. "Silas and I will handle the leverage. You just sit in the middle and act as our ballast. Your 400 pounds of brass will keep us from derailing on the bad joints." "I am to be a paperweight upon a seesaw," I sighed, climbing onto the center of the wooden platform and settling my legs cross-legged. "The indignities of this excursion are accumulating at a staggering rate." "Just keep your optical senses peeled," Ennie warned, her smile fading slightly as she looked back toward the iron hummingbird. The train was fully watered and venting steam, preparing to depart without us. The Baroness is still on that train. Once she realizes we're not aboard, she'll figure out we've made a play for the ether coal, and she'll be coming after us. Silas scrambled onto the cart, taking his place on the opposite side of the pump handle from Ennie. He looked terrified, but he clutched the satchel tightly. "Then let us make haste," I said, taking a deliberate puff of my cigar. The steam curled upward into the blazing Nevada sky. I have just recorded the history of the men who built this world. I should very much like to survive long enough to publish it. Ennie and Silas threw their weight against the handle. The rusted gears shrieked. The iron wheels bit into the spur-line track, and our pathetic hand-powered chariot began to roll north, leaving the safety of the rails behind and plunging directly into the shimmering, unforgiving heart of the Mirage. Chapter 15. The Saboteur's Gambit. If you have ever harbored a romanticized notion of the pioneer spirit, I invite you to sit cross-legged on a piece of raw lumber suspended over rusted iron wheels, while two sweating biologicals furiously pump a rusted handle up and down in the blistering Nevada sun. It is a profoundly degrading experience. For 3 agonizing hours, we traveled north along the abandoned Silver Spur. Silas and Ennie worked the pump bar with a frantic, desperate rhythm, driving our dilapidated handcar deeper into the shimmering heat haze. I sat dead center, serving as 400 pounds of highly articulate, mahogany-veneered ballast, my primary function being to keep the rickety contraption from flying off the warped rails entirely. My brass joints, still recovering from the ice packing at the water stop, protested every bump and jolt with a symphony of squeaks and groans. I calculate we are making approximately 10 miles an hour, I observed dryly, adjusting the brim of my hat to shield my optical sensors from the glare. At this velocity, assuming our elbows do not spontaneously shatter, we should reach the cache just in time for the boy to die of old age. "Less calculating, more balancing, Sam," Ennie panted, her face flushed red beneath the soot and dust. "The grade is starting to incline. We're approaching the ridge." Sure enough, the cracked alkali flats were beginning to give way to rising, treacherous hills of red rock and shale. The rusted spur line angled upward, forcing Silas and Ennie to throw their entire body weight against the heavy iron pump bar just to maintain forward momentum. With one final agonizing heave, we crested the summit. The geography fell away beneath us, revealing a massive, bowl-like depression in the earth, a dry, prehistoric lake bed surrounded by sheer cliffs of sandstone. It looked like the anvil upon which the Almighty had forged the desert itself. And winding its way down the interior wall of this massive crater was our rusted track, descending at an angle so steep it defied all known laws of railway safety. "There it is," Silas gasped, collapsing over the pump handle and pointing a trembling finger toward the very bottom of the basin. Nestled in the center of the cracked white earth was a collapsed timber structure, the entrance to the exploratory mine where his uncle's surveyors had discovered the fallen star. "It's a straight shot down," Ennie noted, wiping her brow and eyeing the terrifying plunging grade of the track. "We won't need to pump. Gravity will do the work. We just need to ride the brake." She reached for the heavy iron brake lever that protruded from the floorboards near her boot. Before her fingers could close around the iron, a sound echoed across the canyon. It was a sharp, mechanical chug, 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 accompanied by a shrill, angry whistle that sounded suspiciously like a boiling tea kettle. I spun my heavy head around, my optical sensors zooming in on the track stretching out behind us. "It appears," I announced, my voice dropping to a grim hum, "that the Baroness has opted not to accept defeat." Riding the rails toward us, moving at a speed vastly superior to our hand-pumped misery, was a motorized track velocipede. It was a small 3-wheeled contraption designed for line inspectors, powered by a compact, coughing steam boiler, and straddling the leather saddle of this mechanical tricycle, her severe hat lost to the wind, and her charcoal suit covered in the white dust of the basin, was the Baroness von Solder. She did not look like an aristocrat anymore. She looked like an angel of vengeance, and she was holding a long, scoped hunting rifle. "Down!" I roared, throwing my heavy brass arms over my head. Crack! The rifle shot echoed off the canyon walls. The Baroness was a master of sabotage, a surgeon of destruction, and she had not aimed at our flesh or my brass. The bullet struck the thick iron retaining pin at the base of our handcar's brake lever. The impact shattered the crystallized, rusted iron instantly. The heavy lever snapped entirely off its mount, tumbling uselessly off the wooden platform and vanishing into the brush. "The brakes!" Silas screamed, his voice cracking into a high-pitched wail of sheer terror. Our momentum carried us over the crest of the ridge. Without the brake lever to clamp the friction shoes against the wheels, gravity immediately seized control of our miserable wooden raft. We plunged into the descent. The acceleration was terrifying. Within seconds, the rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels over the track joints blurred into a continuous, deafening scream. The wind transformed from a hot breeze into a roaring hurricane that threatened to tear my hat from my head. The walls of the canyon rushed past in a blur of red and brown. "We are officially a runaway missile," I shouted over the din, my brass cigar venting a frantic, pulsing stream of lavender smoke that was instantly whipped away by the slipstream. "I calculate our odds of surviving the curve at the bottom of this basin to be precisely 0.0. "I'm not dying in a hole for my uncle," Silas sobbed, burying his face in his knees and clutching the satchel of ether coal maps. Ennie did not panic. The eternal optimism vanished, replaced by the cold, terrifyingly sharp focus of a mechanic facing a catastrophic mechanical failure. She dropped to her hands and knees on the violently bucking floorboards, analyzing the undercarriage through the gaps in the wood. "The friction clamps are still there," she yelled, pointing to the heavy iron block suspended near the wheels. "It's just the actuator arm that snapped. If I can manually force the crossbar forward, the clamps will engage." "And how do you propose to do that?" I demanded, gripping the edges of the handcar so tightly my brass fingers dented the wood. "The crossbar is located directly beneath the carriage." "Hold my ankles," Ennie commanded. Before I could engage my vocal processor to protest the absolute suicidal insanity of her request, she grabbed her heavy iron wrench, slid to the rear edge of the wildly vibrating handcar, and dropped backward. "Ennie!" I bellowed. I lunged forward, my heavy brass hands clamping down like vices around her denim-clad ankles just as she slipped off the edge. She was now suspended upside down, dangling beneath the speeding handcar. The wooden ties of the track were blurring past her face, mere inches away. A meat grinder of timber and iron that would reduce her to biological pulp if I lost my grip for a microsecond. "Do not let go, Sam." Her voice drifted up, distorted by the roaring wind and the screaming wheels. "I am a precision instrument, not a winch," I roared back, my pneumatic shoulder actuators whining as I held her suspended over the deadly blur. "Hurry! The curve is approaching!" Below us, hanging upside down in a hurricane of dust and noise, Ennie swung her body forward. She reached out with her heavy wrench, using it as a makeshift lever. I felt the violent jerks traveling up her legs as she wedged the iron tool between the undercarriage framework and the disconnected brake crossbar. She threw her entire core strength into it, pulling the wrench toward her. Sparks instantly erupted from beneath the handcar. A blinding, localized fireworks display illuminated the underbelly of our wooden sled as the heavy iron friction clamps were forced manually against the screaming steel wheels. The handcar shuddered violently. The deceleration was brutal, fighting against the terrible momentum of gravity. My internal gyroscope spun wildly to keep me centered while maintaining my iron grip on Ennie's ankles. Smoke began to pour from the wheels, smelling of burning rust and hot iron. "More leverage!" she screamed from below, her voice cracking with the strain. I locked my elbows, bracing my brass casters against the wooden pump housing, and pulled backward, lifting her slightly higher to give her better purchase. With a final agonizing groan of protesting metal, the handcar's speed began to bleed away. We hit the curve at the bottom of the basin, not as a lethal airborne missile, but as a heavily sparking, screeching comet. The wheels shrieked in protest, the cart tilted dangerously to the left, but my 400 pounds of ballast kept us pinned to the rails. We dragged to a harsh, shuddering halt less than 50 yards from the collapsed timber entrance of the exploratory mine. For a moment, the only sound was the hissing of the overheated wheels and the ragged, terrified panting of the stowaway. I immediately hauled backward, dragging Ennie up from beneath the undercarriage. She flopped onto the wooden floorboards, entirely covered in a thick layer of red dust and grease. Her knuckles were bleeding, her overalls were singed from the sparks, and she was gasping for air. "I despise your methods, Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating with residual terror as my cigar puffed a large, relieved cloud of steam. "But I cannot fault your results." She didn't have the breath to reply. She just flashed me a weak, triumphant grin and gave a thumbs up. "We made it," Silas whispered, staring at the mine entrance, his eyes wide. "We have paused our demise, Silas. We have not canceled it," I corrected him, standing up and pointing back up the steep incline of the basin wall. The mechanical chug, chug, chug was growing louder. Following our path down the steep descent, riding her steam-powered velocipede with the brake fully engaged, the Baroness was closing the distance. She was out of rifle range for the moment, but she would be upon us in minutes. "Into the mine!" Ennie croaked, scrambling to her feet and grabbing her wrench. "She can't bring that velocipede inside. We find the ether coal, and we find a way to make sure she doesn't." I looked at the dark, collapsed maw of the tunnel, then back at the approaching aristocratic assassin. The Nevada sun beat down upon my mahogany chassis, but a cold, mechanical determination had settled in my boiler. I had endured ice, fire, and the sheer indignity of wet burlap for the promise of a perfect, clean-burning core. "Lead the way, mechanic," I declared, stepping off the ruined handcar and cracking my brass knuckles. "If the Baroness wishes to dismantle me, she will find that I am remarkably difficult to unbolt in the dark." Chapter 16. The Iron Horse Thief. The interior of the abandoned silver mine was profoundly unwelcoming. It possessed the damp, oppressive chill of a tomb, smelling of stale earth and the lingering metallic tang of oxidized copper. As we ventured deeper, leaving the blinding Nevada sun behind, the darkness became absolute. I was forced to act as the expedition's lantern, pushing the luminescence of my optical sensors to their maximum output. Twin beams of yellow light cut through the gloom, illuminating thick wooden support beams that groaned under the immense weight of the earth above. "Watch your step," Silas whispered, his voice trembling as he navigated the uneven rock floor, clutching the map. "The surveyors said the rock here is unstable. We're looking for a reinforced storage locker at the end of the main drift." I leaned heavily upon my walking cane as we picked our way over the rubble. It was a stout, elegant piece of polished mahogany topped with a heavy brass knob, designed to match my chassis perfectly. I carried it primarily for aesthetic balance, as a gentleman of letters ought to have a cane, though Ennie had, as was her habit with all my possessions, insisted on making a few minor, undocumented modifications to its internal structure before we left Omaha. We rounded a sharp bend in the tunnel, my optical beams sweeping across the rock face. And there it was. It was not a grand vault or a glittering cavern. It was a heavy, lead-lined iron crate sitting unceremoniously on a rotted wooden pallet. The heavy padlock securing the latch had been hastily smashed open, likely by Silas when he first stole the map and the sample. Ennie practically dove toward it. She threw open the heavy lid. Even in the darkness of the mine, the contents of the crate defied the shadows. Dozens of fist-sized, irregularly shaped stones rested within, radiating a soft, pulsing, iridescent violet glow. It was a breathtaking, unnatural beauty. The ambient temperature in the small tunnel immediately rose by 10 degrees. "Ether coal!" Ennie breathed, reaching out with a trembling, grease-stained hand to trace the surface of one of the stones. "There must be enough here to power the hummingbird for a decade." "Let us test that hypothesis on a smaller scale first," I suggested, my internal boiler aching from the residue of the cheap, sulfur-heavy coal we had taken on at the Humboldt sink. I unlatched my mahogany chest plate, exposing my roaring, soot-choked combustion chamber. With a pair of iron tongs resting near the crate, Ennie carefully extracted one of the glowing violet stones and placed it directly into my primary firebox, kicking the dirty anthracite aside. The reaction was instantaneous. There was no smoke. There was no foul-smelling exhaust. The ether coal simply ignited with a blinding pure white flame that operated entirely without combustion waste. A wave of flawless, pristine thermal energy washed through my system. The agonizing friction in my heat-warped joints vanished as my pneumatic pressure stabilized perfectly. My cognitive difference engine, which usually hummed with a slight, erratic stutter, suddenly began to purr with the flawless, synchronized precision of a master watchmaker's finest chronometer. "I am," I declared, my vocal processor producing a baritone so rich and resonant it vibrated the dust from the ceiling. "Reborn. I feel as though I could calculate the exact number of grains of sand in this miserable desert and still have the processing power to compose a sonnet." "How touching!" The voice echoed sharply from the tunnel entrance behind us. I spun around, my optical beams pinning the intruder against the rock wall. Standing 30 yards down the tunnel, her silhouette framed by the faint daylight of the mine entrance, was Baroness von Solder. She held her scoped hunting rifle leveled squarely at Ennie's chest. "Drop the wrench, mechanic," she ordered, her voice devoid of emotion. Ennie slowly lowered her iron tool to the dirt. "You are exceptionally persistent, madam," I noted, casually resting both brass hands upon the knob of my cane. I had hoped our impromptu descent into this crater had finally discouraged you. "I am a professional, Mr. Clemens," she sneered, stepping carefully over the rubble as she advanced upon us. "And a professional always collects their bounty. You have saved me a great deal of trouble by locating the cache yourselves, the boy, the map, the fuel, and your proprietary brain. I shall be returning to Boston an exceedingly wealthy woman." "And how do you propose to transport all of this?" Ennie asked, her eyes darting frantically around the cavern for a tactical advantage. Your velocipede can't carry 400 pounds of brass, a crate of alien coal, and 2 hostages." "I have no intention of using the velocipede," the Baroness said smoothly. "The Iron Hummingbird is currently climbing the Donner Pass gradient just a few miles west of here, moving at a crawl due to the incline. We are going to march to the tracks. We will board the train. You, mechanic, will manually decouple the locomotive from the passenger cars. I will take the Iron Horse itself, fueled by this magnificent coal, and drive it straight back east. If either of you hesitate, the boy dies." She gestured with the rifle barrel. "Pack the crate and move." It was a brilliant, ruthless plan. To steal the Transcontinental locomotive out from under the noses of the Eastern elite required a brazen audacity I could almost admire if it did not directly involve my own kidnapping and partial disassembly. With Silas weeping silently and Ennie carrying the heavy crate of ether coal on her shoulder, we were marched out of the sweltering basin at gunpoint. The terrain shifted rapidly as we climbed out of the sink and headed west, the stifling heat of the desert giving way to the sudden, jarring chill of the high-altitude pine forests as we entered the foothills of the Sierras. True to her word, the Baroness marched us to a sharp bend where the tracks hugged a sheer mountain cliff. Below us, moving at an agonizingly slow 5 miles an hour as it fought the massive grade, was the Iron Hummingbird. "Jump!" the Baroness ordered, pressing the rifle barrel into my mahogany back. We dropped from the rocky outcropping onto the roof of the moving passenger cars. The wind up here was fierce, whipping through the pines and carrying the biting promise of high-altitude snow. The train groaned and shrieked beneath us, fighting the mountain. "Move forward!" the Baroness shouted over the roar of the wind and the laboring engine. "To the locomotive!" We carefully navigated the curved, swaying roofs of the carriages, leaping over the treacherous gaps between cars. Ennie moved with the sure-footed agility of a mountain goat. I moved with a heavy, cautious dread of a man who knows he sinks like a stone. We reached the roof of the coal tender, positioned directly behind the massive, towering cab of the engine. "Do it!" the Baroness commanded Ennie, pointing her rifle at the heavy iron coupling pin that connected the tender to the first passenger car below us. "Pull the pin! Separate the engine!" Ennie looked down at the coupling, then back at the Baroness. Her jaw set into a stubborn, defiant line. "No, I won't maroon 300 people in the middle of a mountain pass." The Baroness's eyes narrowed into terrifying slits. "Then I will shoot the boy and do it myself." She racked the bolt of her rifle and aimed it directly at Silas's head. "I object to this entire itinerary," I roared. The Baroness swung the rifle toward me, but she was a fraction of a second too late. My cognitive difference engine, powered by the flawless energy of the ether coal, was operating at speeds I had never previously experienced. I did not move sluggishly. I moved with the blinding, terrible speed of industrial machinery operating at peak efficiency. I swept my mahogany walking cane upward. As I swung, my thumb violently twisted the brass knob at the top of the handle, engaging Ennie's undocumented modification. The cane was not merely a piece of wood, it was hollowed out, lined with copper tubing, and connected directly to a high-pressure bypass valve in my pneumatic wrist. Whoosh! A concentrated, blinding blast of superheated, perfectly white ether steam erupted from the tip of the cane like a geyser. The scalding vapor struck the Baroness squarely in the chest. She did not scream. The sheer kinetic force of the steam blast lifted her entirely off her feet. She flew backward off the roof of the moving tender, her rifle firing a wild, harmless shot into the sky. In a spectacular display of geographic absurdity, an unseasonal, massive snowdrift had clung to the shadowed side of the mountain pass, a relic of the higher altitudes. The Baroness plummeted toward the earth and vanished completely, swallowed whole by the deep, freezing embrace of a 10-foot trackside snowbank. I stood atop the swaying tender, my cane still smoking, my internal boiler humming a perfect, clean melody. I calmly twisted the knob, shutting off the steam valve, and rested both hands back upon the handle. "Well," I said, looking over the edge of the train at the rapidly receding hole in the snow, "it appears our itinerary has changed, and I must say, Ennie, your modifications to my haberdashery are occasionally quite useful." Ennie let out a breathless, ringing laugh, dropping the crate of ether coal onto the roof and pulling a trembling Silas into a hug. "You're brilliant, Sam!" she cheered, her eternal optimism completely restored by the application of violence and steam. "I am merely well-fueled," I corrected her, tapping my cane against the iron roof. "Now, I suggest we get inside the cab before the engineer decides to shoot us for trespassing. We have a mountain to cross, and I have a great deal of clean, burning literature to compose." Chapter 17. Tunnel Vision. There is a profound philosophical difference between a mountain pass and a mountain tunnel. A pass is an act of polite negotiation with nature. One politely asks the granite for permission to weave through its valleys. A tunnel, however, is an act of sheer arrogant vandalism. It is humanity looking at 1 billion tons of solid rock and deciding that rather than go around, it would be much more convenient to simply blast a hole straight through the middle. The iron hummingbird was currently engaged in this act of geologic disrespect, tearing up the treacherous incline of the Donner Pass. The atmosphere within the locomotive's cab was a study in absolute contrasts. In the far corner, huddled beneath the brake levers, sat the train's official engineer, a man named Higgins. Higgins had spent the last 30 minutes watching his life's understanding of thermodynamics violently dismantled. Beside him sat young Silas, still clutching the satchel of maps, looking as though he might be sick at any moment. At the helm, grinning like a lunatic with her hand firmly on the throttle, stood Ennie. And then there was myself, leaning comfortably against the iron bulkhead, my mahogany chassis absorbing the miraculous radiant warmth of the primary firebox. The single lump of ether coal we had deposited into the furnace was performing miracles. The firebox did not roar with the dirty, choking orange flames of standard anthracite. It pulsed with a silent, blinding, iridescent violet light. The heat was absolute and flawless. My internal boiler had never felt so utterly immaculate. My brass cigar vented a slow, perfectly formed, lazy ring of lavender steam, an outward manifestation of my internal tranquility. "We are defying the laws of physics, Ennie," I observed, my vocal cylinders producing a rich, resonant purr. "We are pulling a dozen heavily loaded carriages up a steep mountain grade at 35 miles an hour. By all accepted metrics of engineering, the boiler should have ruptured, and we should currently be raining down upon the pine trees in a shower of hot shrapnel." "It's the purity of the expansion, Sam," Ennie yelled happily over the rhythmic, thunderous chugging of the engine. She patted the iron casing of the boiler as if it were a prized thoroughbred. The ether coal vaporizes the water instantly. No lag, no pressure drops. She's not struggling, she's flying. She is going to shake herself to pieces, Higgins moaned from the corner, his hands over his ears. Cast iron wasn't forged to take this kind of kinetic stress. "Oh, hush, Mr. Higgins," Ennie said, not taking her eyes off the tracks. "The structural integrity is holding beautifully. Just enjoy the ride." We rounded a sharp bend, the sheer cliff face falling away to our left. Ahead of us, carved into the absolute crest of the Sierra Nevadas, was a massive, gaping black maw in the granite. The summit tunnel. "Into the belly of the beast," I murmured. We hit the threshold of the tunnel, and the world was instantly, violently extinguished. The transition from the blinding snow-reflected sunlight of the high Sierras to the absolute, crushing blackness of the mountain's heart was physically jarring. The sudden absence of light felt heavy, like a woolen blanket thrown over the head. The sound of the locomotive, previously dispersed into the open air, was suddenly trapped within the narrow stone walls, rebounding and amplifying until the cab vibrated with a deafening physical roar. I immediately engaged my optical sensors, pushing the luminescence to its maximum output. Twin beams of sharp, yellow light erupted from my eyes, cutting through the swirling steam and illuminating the cramped cab in stark moving shadows. "A bit claustrophobic, isn't it?" Ennie shouted, squinting against my headlights. Before I could offer a suitably cynical response about the merits of being buried alive, Higgins's dire prediction decided to manifest into reality. It was not a subtle failure. It sounded as though a cannon had been fired directly beneath our floorboards. Bang! The entire locomotive violently bucked, lurching hard to the right. My heavy brass casters skidded across the iron floor, and I was forced to grab the doorframe to remain upright. Silas shrieked, and Higgins threw himself flat onto the deck. A terrible, rhythmic, grinding screech began to echo from the undercarriage, perfectly synchronized with the rotation of the driving wheels. "Throttle down," Ennie screamed, throwing her entire weight backward against the heavy iron lever. The Hummingbird shuddered violently as the steam was cut, the brake shoes screaming against the iron rails. The train slowed, the deafening echoes in the tunnel dropping slightly in pitch, but the grinding noise remained. "We cannot stop in here," Higgins yelled, panic entirely overtaking his senses. "If we lose momentum on this grade, the weight of the passenger cars will drag us backward. We'll slide all the way to Reno." "He is unfortunately correct," I noted, my optical beams sweeping the cab. "Gravity is a remarkably persistent adversary." "What broke, Ennie?" Ennie was already on her knees, her ear pressed against the vibrating floorboards. "Right side," she shouted. "Main drive assembly. The ether coal gave us too much torque. We've fractured the primary piston rod." "Fractured?" I asked, my internal pressure rising slightly, sending a quick puff of steam through my cigar. "If it snaps entirely, the loose end of the rod will vault the train. It will act as a pole vault, Ennie. It will flip this locomotive end over end within the confines of this tunnel." "I know," she yelled, scrambling to her feet and grabbing a heavy coil of braided steel safety wire and a pair of bolt cutters from her canvas bag. "I have to bind it before the fracture spreads." "Out there?" Higgins gasped, pointing a trembling finger toward the side door of the cab. Outside the door, the jagged, unforgiving granite wall of the tunnel rushed past, mere inches from the locomotive's exterior. The darkness was absolute. "You'll be ground to dust against the rock." "I'll have to keep tight to the boiler," Ennie said grimly, tying her hair back with a greasy rag. She looked over at me, the reflection of my glowing eyes shining in the soot on her face. "Sam," she said, her voice dropping the frantic pitch of crisis and adopting the quiet, demanding tone of a master mechanic. "The tunnel is pitch black. If I can't see the fracture, I can't bind it. I need light." I looked at the open side door. The wind howling through the narrow gap between the train and the rock wall sounded like a chorus of starving wolves. "I am a literary icon," I stated, my vocal cylinders vibrating with profound, miserable reluctance. "I have dined with royalty. I have shaped the cultural landscape of the American Republic. I am not a kerosene lamp." "Sam, please." I let out a long, heavy, hissing sigh of steam. "If I lose a limb to the Sierra Nevadas," I grumbled, stepping heavily toward the doorway, "I expect you to fashion a replacement out of solid silver." I stepped out onto the narrow exterior running board. The sensory assault was immediate and terrifying. The noise in the tunnel was an apocalyptic roar of steam, grinding iron and screaming wheels. The air was suffocatingly thick with the smell of hot metal and wet rock. The granite wall of the tunnel was a jagged, blurred streak of darkness, passing less than a foot from my right shoulder. I clamped my left hand onto the brass handrail with a grip that would have crushed bone, anchoring my 400 pounds of mass. Ennie slipped out the door behind me. She was terrifyingly small against the massive, thrashing iron of the locomotive. She ducked beneath my arm and crawled forward on her hands and knees, moving along the narrow grating toward the massive, churning drive wheels. "Light!" she screamed over the din. I leaned out, my internal gyroscope screaming in protest as my center of gravity shifted precariously over the rushing void. I angled my head downward, focusing the twin beams of my optical sensors directly onto the thrashing mechanical nightmare below. The light cut through the gloom. The massive iron piston rod, as thick as a man's thigh, was pumping back and forth with terrifying force. And there, exactly in the center of the rod, was a jagged, hairline fracture. With every forward thrust, the crack widened terrifyingly, the iron groaning as it threatened to tear itself apart. "I see it!" Ennie yelled. She did not hesitate. As the massive rod reached the apex of its backward stroke, momentarily pausing before thrusting forward again, she lunged. She wrapped her left arm entirely around the superheated iron of the cylinder block, anchoring herself. With her right hand, she whipped the heavy braided steel wire around the fractured piston rod. She was working inches from the blurring spokes of the drive wheel, a fraction of an inch of miscalculation away from being pulled into the machinery and crushed. The heat radiating from the iron was immense, yet she worked with a frantic, beautiful precision. My optical beams remained locked onto her hands, providing the only illumination in the crushing dark. "Hold steady, Sam," she grunted, her teeth gritted with exertion as she looped the steel wire again and again, binding the cracked iron in a makeshift corset of braided steel. "I am as steady as the national debt," I roared back, my brass cigar venting rapid, nervous bursts of steam. "But I highly recommend you increase your velocity. The fracture is expanding on the forward stroke." "I need tension," she shouted. She fed the end of the wire through a loop, creating a heavy slipknot. But she needed leverage to pull it tight, leverage she did not possess, while clinging to the side of a shaking locomotive with one hand. "Sam, the wire!" She thrust the loose end of the braided steel wire upward toward me. I did not think. I simply reacted. I reached down with my right hand and caught the heavy steel cable. "Pull!" Ennie screamed. I braced my heavy brass foot against the iron running board. I bypassed the safety limiters in my pneumatic shoulder and pulled backward with the mechanical force of a hydraulic press. The heavy braided steel wire snapped taut. The makeshift corset around the fractured piston rod tightened with a violent screech of metal against metal, forcibly clamping the cracked iron back together. "Hold it!" Ennie yelled, grabbing her bolt cutters. She reached in, dangerously close to the spinning wheel, and crimped the heavy knot down, locking the tension in place. "Release!" I let go of the wire. The bound piston rod thrust forward. The terrible grinding screech was gone, replaced by a dull, heavy thump as the steel wire absorbed the kinetic stress of the ether coal. It was an ugly, improvised, highly dangerous repair. But it held. Ennie scrambled backward, retreating from the spinning wheels. She collapsed against my legs, chest heaving, her hands covered in fresh burns and black grease. I remained frozen, my optical beams staring blindly ahead into the darkness of the tunnel, my internal processors slowly calculating the fact that we had not, in fact, derailed and died in the dark. I calculate, I began, my voice box vibrating with a low, shaky resonance, that my lifespan has once again been significantly shortened by your presence, Ennie. She looked up at me, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of my eyes, and flashed a brilliant, exhausted grin. "But you make a fantastic lantern, Sam." Before I could formulate a sufficiently scathing retort, the absolute blackness of the tunnel ahead was pierced by a tiny, brilliant pinprick of white light. It grew rapidly, expanding from a dot into a blinding, glorious archway. The iron hummingbird burst out of the summit tunnel and into the blinding, crystalline sunlight of the California slopes. The sudden influx of light overwhelmed my optical sensors. I was forced to dial back my luminescence instantly, my internal apertures clicking shut. When my vision finally cleared, the world had transformed. The barren, frozen peaks of the eastern slope were gone. Below us, stretching out in a magnificent, sweeping vista of deep green pines and plunging valleys, was the western descent. We had crossed the Continental Divide. The impossible mountain was behind us. Ennie pulled herself up, leaning heavily against the brass railing, and looked out over the vast expanse of California. The wind whipping past us was no longer a freezing howl, but a cool, rushing promise of the Pacific. "Well," I said, adjusting my lapels with as much dignity as I could muster while standing on the exterior of a moving train, my cigar puffing a very slow, very satisfied cloud of lavender steam. "It appears the worst of the geography is behind us. I fully expect the remainder of this journey to involve heavily upholstered chairs and a distinct lack of physical labor." Ennie laughed, a sound that carried out over the pine tops, bright and unbroken. "Don't count your rivets before they're polished, Sam. We still have to make it to Sacramento." She turned and ducked back into the cab. I lingered for a moment longer on the running board, watching the green world rush by. I was a mechanical man, fueled by alien starlight, riding a hijacked train down the side of a mountain with a brilliant lunatic mechanic. I took a deep, unnecessary breath of the cool air and stepped back inside. The descent had begun. Chapter 18. Full Throttle. There is a popular misconception entirely propagated by individuals who have never operated heavy machinery that going downhill is the easy part of a journey. One simply relaxes, allows gravity to assume the burden of labor, and enjoys the scenery. This is a fatal fallacy. Going uphill is a battle of exertion. Going downhill is a desperate, shrieking war of containment. The iron hummingbird was tearing down the western slope of the Sierra Nevadas like a shooting star that had fundamentally lost its patience with the heavens. The transition from the treacherous, ice-choked granite of the pass to the lush, sprawling foothills of California should have been a moment of triumphant relief. Instead, it had become a terrifying exercise in terminal velocity. The ether coal, that miraculous iridescent chunk of alien starlight we had fed into the primary firebox, was proving to be a victim of its own perfection. It burned with a flawless violet intensity, generating thermal energy at a rate that standard cast iron was simply never designed to withstand. Inside the cab, the heat was apocalyptic. The brass dials of the pressure gauges were vibrating so violently they blurred into solid golden discs. The air smelled of scorching oil and melting copper. "We're making 60 miles an hour!" Higgins screamed, his hands hovering uselessly over the brake levers, his face a portrait of absolute, unadulterated terror. "The grade is too steep. If I apply the friction brakes at this speed, they'll melt straight through to the axles." "Then don't touch the brakes," Ennie yelled back, her hands clamped onto the main throttle. Her face was streaked with soot and sweat, illuminated by the otherworldly violet glow spilling from the firebox grate. "We have to ride it out. The track's level off near Colfax." "We won't make it to Colfax," Higgins wept, pointing a trembling finger at the primary boiler pressure gauge. As if on cue, the thick glass face of the gauge shattered outward in a starburst of flying shards. A high-pitched, shrieking whistle of escaping steam erupted from the fractured casing. "The governor is failing!" Ennie gasped, leaving the throttle and dropping to her knees to inspect the mechanical linkage beneath the floorboards. The governor, the heavy, spinning brass mechanism designed to automatically regulate steam pressure and prevent the boiler from transforming into a massive rolling bomb, was dying. The unearthly heat of the ether coal had literally begun to warp the solid iron flyweights. Without the governor to open and close the release valves in precise, synchronized micro-measurements, the steam pressure was building exponentially. Bang! A heavy iron rivet the size of a teacup suddenly snapped from the boiler casing, ricocheting off the cab ceiling like a bullet and burying itself into the wooden framing of the window. Silas screamed and covered his head with the leather satchel. "It's overpressurizing!" Higgins wailed, throwing himself onto the floorboards next to the boy. "The entire boiler jacket is going to rupture. We'll be vaporized." "Sam!" Ennie shouted, springing back to her feet. She did not look at the terrifyingly bulging iron of the boiler, nor did she look at the panicked engineer. She looked directly at me. I was standing near the doorway, my brass cigar venting a continuous, frantic stream of lavender steam as my own internal difference engine calculated the precise moment of our impending annihilation. "Do not look at me with that expression, Ennie," I warned, taking a heavy step backward. My brass casters clanked against the floorboards. I recognized that look. That is the look you get precisely before you ask me to do something that fundamentally violates my structural integrity. "The mechanical governor is melting, Sam," she pleaded, advancing upon me with a heavy set of copper jumper cables she had yanked from the telegraph battery box. "The boiler valves need to be regulated manually, but they have to be adjusted 100 times a second to handle the output of the ether coal. A human can't react that fast. Higgins can't do it. I can't do it. "And you expect me to sit upon the boiler and turn the valves with my hands?" I asked indignantly. "My reflexes are exceptional, madam, but I am not a Hindu deity. I only possess 2 arms." "Not with your hands, Sam," Ennie said softly. She stopped right in front of me, looking up into my glowing optical sensors. "With your mind." My internal gears ceased their rotation for a terrible, silent microsecond. "I beg your pardon?" "Your cognitive difference engine," she explained rapidly, pointing to my mahogany chest plate. "It's running on the same ether coal frequency right now. It's the most advanced calculating machine on the planet. I need you to bypass your internal governor. I need to plug your processor directly into the locomotive's pneumatic control lines." "You want to wire my brain into a failing, superheated industrial boiler?" I roared, the sheer audacity of the suggestion causing my voice box to distort. "Ennie, that is not an interface. That is an execution. If the locomotive's pressure spikes, the feedback will flood my logic cylinders. It will erase my memory. It will fry my personality punch cards. I could be reduced to a babbling automaton capable of nothing but reciting train schedules." "If you don't do it, we all die right here, Sam," she shouted back, her voice cracking with desperation. Another rivet popped from the casing, striking the iron tender with a deafening clang. "The passengers, Silas, Higgins, me. The train will detonate, please." I looked at the soot-stained, brilliant, infuriating biological creature standing before me. I looked at the terrifying bulge of the failing iron boiler. I calculated the odds. They were abysmal. They were mathematically offensive. I let out a long, heavy, hissing sigh of steam that momentarily obscured my face in a lavender cloud. "I despise the West," I grumbled bitterly, reaching up and unlatching my mahogany chest panel. "I despise ether coal, I despise momentum, and most of all, I despise the fact that I am apparently incapable of allowing you to perish." Ennie didn't waste a single syllable on gratitude. She moved with the blinding speed of a mechanic entirely in her element. She threw my chest plate open, exposing the flawless, humming, violet-lit sanctuary of my cognitive engine. She stripped the copper wires with her teeth. She jammed one end of the heavy jumper cables directly into the primary pneumatic relay of the locomotive's control board. She took the other end and, with a terrifying lack of hesitation, shoved it straight into the central logic port at the base of my brass spine. "Interface engaged!" she shouted over the roar of the engine. "Open your valves, Sam! Take control!" I disengaged my internal firewall. The integration was not a physical sensation, it was a sensory explosion. The iron hummingbird did not simply connect to me, it crashed over me like a tidal wave of raw, screaming data. In a fraction of a second, my consciousness expanded beyond the confines of my mahogany chassis. I could feel the massive, driving pistons thrusting forward, not as external machinery, but as my own wildly pumping legs. I could feel the agonizing, blistering heat of the ether coal firebox roaring in my own chest. I could feel the terrifying, expanding pressure pushing against the iron water jackets, a crushing weight threatening to tear my newly acquired ribs apart. Too much pressure in the tertiary manifold, my expanded mind calculated. Before the thought had even fully formed, my cognitive engine sent a microelectrical pulse down the copper wire. The heavy iron release valve on the locomotive's flank snapped open 1/4 of an inch, venting a massive jet of steam into the California pines. Primary drive cylinder over-torquing, I sensed. I adjusted the steam flow, balancing the thrust perfectly. I was no longer Samuel Clemens, the cynical brass automaton sitting in the cab. I was 100 tons of hurtling iron and fire. I was the soul of the train. "He's doing it!" Ennie screamed, watching the remaining pressure gauges stabilize. The violent bucking of the locomotive smoothed out into a terrifying but controlled glide. "Hold her steady, Sam. We're 20 miles out from Sacramento." I did not have the processing power to formulate a witty reply. The sheer volume of mathematical calculations required to keep the boiler from detonating was pushing my difference engine to the absolute brink of failure. Millions of variables, friction, heat, atmospheric pressure, the curvature of the tracks, flooded my logic cylinders. My optical sensors dimmed, the visual world fading away as my entire existence funneled into the screaming mathematics of survival. I felt my brass joints lock rigid. I felt the lavender steam from my cigar turn into a continuous, unbroken whistle. 10 miles. The heat was melting the copper wires connecting us, but the connection held. I fought the mountain. I fought the steam. I fought the alien starlight burning in my belly. 5 miles. Through the roaring symphony of numbers and pressure in my mind, I heard a sound. It was faint at first, then growing louder, piercing through the mechanical din. It was a bell, a brass bell ringing in the distance. "I see the rail yard." Ennie's voice cut through the darkness of my overwhelmed processors. "Sam, we're here. Cut the throttle. Vent the primary." With the last agonizing shred of my cognitive willpower, I sent the command down the wire. I slammed the massive steam valves shut and threw open the primary exhaust vents. The iron hummingbird screamed. A massive, towering cloud of white steam erupted from the locomotive, covering the California tracks in a blinding fog. The friction brakes, finally permitted to engage without melting, clamped down upon the steel wheels with a deafening screech that shook the earth itself. The deceleration tore at my consciousness. The connection to the massive machine began to fracture. The data stream stuttered, broke, and finally snapped entirely. I was violently slammed back into the confines of my own brass chassis. The sudden silence was heavier than the noise. The train had stopped. The hissing of the vented steam was the only sound remaining. I stood in the center of the cab, my chest plate still hanging open, the melted copper wires smoking where they hung from my spine. My optical sensors slowly flickered back to life, registering the soot-stained, weeping faces of Ennie and Silas. I opened my jaw. My vocal cylinders ground together, producing a sound akin to a dying phonograph. "I calculate," I wheezed, a thin, pathetic wisp of lavender steam escaping my lips, "that if anyone ever asks me to perform mathematical equations on a moving vehicle again, I shall politely but firmly dismantle them." And with that final observation, my exhausted processors engaged their emergency shutdown protocols, and the world faded into blessed, stationary blackness. Chapter 19. The Golden Spike. Consciousness returned to me not as a gentle biological sunrise, but as a violent, clanking reboot of a deeply bruised difference engine. The sensory data flooded back in fragmented, painful bursts. First, the smell, a pungent cocktail of melted copper, scorched mahogany, and the lingering sweet scent of my own lavender exhaust. Second, the sound, a distant, rhythmic thumping that my sluggish processors initially misidentified as another phantom knock, before correctly translating it as the off-key blaring of a remarkably untalented brass band. I opened my optical apertures. The light was blinding. "Easy now, Sam," a gentle voice coaxed. My vision focused. Ennie was kneeling over me, her face a canvas of black grease, white alkali dust, and dried sweat. She held a pair of heavy wire cutters in one hand and the severed, melted remnants of the copper jumper cables in the other. She had unplugged me from the locomotive's nervous system. "I am alive," I rasped. My vocal cylinders sounded as though they had been packed with gravel. I attempted to sit up, a maneuver that resulted in a chorus of agonizing shrieks from my brass knee joints. Or, at the very least, I have not been reduced to a puddle of molten slag on the floorboards. I consider this a minor victory. "You did it, Sam," Silas said, hovering nervously behind Ennie's shoulder, the leather satchel still clutched defensively against his chest. "You brought her in? We're in Sacramento." I forced myself into a sitting position, my heavy back thudding against the iron wall of the cab. I looked down at my own chassis. I was a ruin. The elegant polished mahogany that had commanded such respect in the Omaha station was scarred, water-stained, and partially singed. The pristine brass filigree of my arms and legs was tarnished black in places, warped by the ungodly heat of the ether coal. I looked less like an ambassador of literature and more like a mechanism that had recently survived a sustained artillery barrage. "I grumbled, patting my chest to ensure the ether coal was still securely burning within my firebox, like the losing argument in a blacksmith's debate. "You look beautiful," Ennie smiled, her eyes shining. She reached out and gave my dented shoulder a fond, ringing pat with her wrench. "A little worn around the edges, maybe, but functional. Your core is humming perfectly. The ether coal is holding steady at a flawless simmer." "A simmer," I repeated dryly, though I could not deny the absolute pristine energy radiating from my chest. My mind, though exhausted from the trauma of the integration, felt sharper and clearer than it had in a decade. I suppose I must accept that I am now permanently powered by a piece of radioactive starlight stolen from a railroad baron. The things I do for a reliable fuel source. The off-key brass band outside suddenly swelled in volume, accompanied by the muffled, polite applause of a large crowd. "What in the name of auditory torture is happening out there?" I asked, wincing. "The ceremony," Higgins, the engineer, said from the corner. He was sitting on an overturned bucket, drinking from a hip flask with shaking hands, looking as though he had aged 20 years in the past hour. "The Golden Spike. The directors are dedicating the final completion of the Transcontinental line. They've been waiting for the hummingbird to arrive to make the speeches." I pulled myself to my feet, leaning heavily upon my miraculously intact walking cane. I peered out the soot-streaked window of the cab. The Sacramento rail yard was a sea of top hats, silk parasols, and celebratory bunting. A large wooden platform had been erected near the front of our smoking, hissing locomotive. A line of politicians and railroad executives, men whose greatest physical exertion was the signing of a check, stood upon it, looking incredibly pleased with themselves. A rotund man with mutton chop whiskers was currently at the podium, bloviating into the California breeze. "They have absolutely no idea, do they?" I murmured. "They do not know about the ice on the Trestle, or the sabotaged breaks in the Basin, or the melted governor. They think this machine arrived through the sheer force of their investments." "That's how it always is, Sam," Ennie said quietly, stepping up beside me and looking out at the crowd. Her grease-stained hands rested on the windowsill. "The folks in the parlor cars get the champagne, and the folks in the boiler room get the burns." I looked at her. Her overalls were ruined, her hands were scarred, and she had nearly been ripped apart by the driving wheels of this very machine to keep it from failing. And yet she looked out at the assembled crowd without a shred of bitterness. She had fixed the broken thing, and that was all the reward her strange, optimistic soul required. "I believe," I announced, adjusting my battered lapels and turning my internal resonant cylinders to their maximum uncracked volume, "that I am contractually obligated to deliver a few remarks on this historic occasion." "Sam, you can barely stand," Ennie protested. "I am a creature of words, Ennie," I said, clamping my brass cigar firmly between my teeth. A perfect lavender-scented smoke ring emerged, carrying the clean power of the ether coal. "And I find I have a great many words that desperately need to be inflicted upon that audience." I turned and walked to the cab door. With a heavy metallic kick, I threw it open and stepped out onto the exterior platform. The appearance of a towering, battered, smoking brass automaton overlooking the ceremony had an immediate, silencing effect. The rotund man at the podium stopped mid-sentence. The brass band faltered and died. The crowd stared up at me in absolute horrified fascination. I did not wait for an introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen," my voice boomed across the rail yard, echoing off the wooden warehouses and cutting through the salty Pacific air. I was contracted by the very men standing upon that stage to deliver a speech today regarding the triumph of modern industry. I was instructed to tell you of the elegance of clockwork, the supremacy of steam, and the effortless gilded path that has finally bound the two oceans together. I paused, leaning heavily on my cane, letting my glowing optical sensors sweep over the wealthy, unblemished faces of the crowd. "I am here to inform you that the path is not gilded," I thundered. "It is forged in agony, paved with frostbite, and lubricated with the blood of men who will never afford a ticket on the carriages they built." A shocked murmur rippled through the audience. The executives on the platform shifted uncomfortably, exchanging panicked glances. "You stand here in your silk and your broadcloth, celebrating a machine," I continued, gesturing behind me to the massive, hissing iron bulk of the hummingbird. "You see a marvel of engineering. I see a monster that we continuously beg not to explode. Industry is not a polite gentleman, my friends. It is a rabid beast, and it is only kept on its leash by the sheer, desperate willpower of the mechanics, the laborers, and the engineers who climb into its belly and fight it with wrenches and calloused hands." I thought of the Irish and Chinese laborers at the Humboldt sink. I thought of Silas, shivering in the freezing water tank. And I thought of Ennie, dangling upside down over a blurring track with nothing but a crowbar and an infuriating surplus of hope. "This railroad is not a triumph of capital," I declared, my voice resonating with the absolute clean perfection of the starlight burning in my chest. "It is a monument to the stubborn, beautiful, terrifying refusal of the human biological creature to admit defeat. It is the union of man and machine, yes, but it is a bloody, weeping union. It is a marriage of iron and bone." I took a slow, deliberate puff of my cigar. The lavender steam rolled over the edge of the platform like a physical weight. "You applaud the finish line," I concluded, my tone dropping to a quieter but no less penetrating resonance. "But the true glory, the only thing that makes any of this madness worthwhile, is the breaking, the struggle, the relentless, foolish, magnificent effort it takes to put the broken pieces of this world back together and push them forward. We have conquered the continent, not with velvet armchairs, but with grease, grit, and the stubborn audacity of the human spirit." I stared down at them for a long moment, allowing the heavy silence to settle over the rail yard. "I am Samuel Clemens," I finished smoothly, "and I am officially resigning my commission." I turned my back on the crowd and stepped back into the shadows of the cab. For 10 long seconds there was absolute silence outside, and then it began. It did not start with the politicians on the platform. It started with the soot-stained rail workers standing at the edges of the yard, the brakemen, the track layers, the mechanics, a slow, rhythmic clapping that swelled and grew until it overtook the entire crowd, drowning out the politicians and rolling across the Sacramento sky like a thunderstorm. I leaned against the boiler, my internal gears humming a contented, exhausted melody. Ennie looked up at me, her grin so wide it threatened to crack the grime on her face. "That," she said, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye, "was the worst promotional speech in the history of the railroad." "I am a satirist, Ennie," I sighed, though I could not entirely suppress the smug hum of my own processors. If they wanted a sycophant, they should have hired a politician. Now, if you would be so kind as to find us a way off this infernal machine, I have a sudden, desperate craving to not move for at least 6 months. Silas peeked out the window at the cheering crowd, then clutched his satchel tighter. "Where do we go now?" "Anywhere," Ennie said, picking up her heavy canvas tool bag and slinging it over her shoulder. The adventure was over, but the light in her eyes suggested she was already looking for the next broken thing. "The whole continent is behind us." "And thankfully," I muttered, following her toward the opposite side of the cab, away from the adoring, foolish crowds. "The Continental Divide is someone else's problem." Chapter 20. Pacific Mist. I have always found the ocean to be a deeply redundant concept. It is simply a very large puddle that lacks the decency to remain still, and its primary contribution to the world is the rapid oxidation of perfectly good iron. The final leg of our journey from Sacramento to the edge of the San Francisco Bay had been a quiet, anticlimactic affair. The iron hummingbird, having barely survived the mountains, wheezed its way to the terminal station in Oakland with the exhausted, rattling grace of a dying pack mule. The great Transcontinental race was over. The politicians had taken their photographs, the investors had counted their dividends, and the machine itself was left to cool on the tracks, smelling of hot grease and victory. We had parted ways with young Silas at the depot, Armed with his waterlogged satchel, his map, and a profound, newly acquired terror of the locomotive industry, he purchased a ticket on a quiet, slow-moving southbound freight. He intended to vanish into the agricultural valleys, far away from his uncle and the murderous Boston watchmakers, taking the secret of the ether coal with him. I wished the boy well, though I frankly doubted his ability to remain hidden for long. Biologicals are notoriously bad at keeping secrets. Their faces invariably betray their punch cards. I, however, retained my prize. Safe within my chest cavity, the single, iridescent chunk of alien starlight continued to hum with flawless, violet perfection. My boiler was immaculate. For the first time since my assembly, I felt no need to complain about the internal friction of my own existence, which left me with only external complaints to voice. Ennie and I sat alone at the very end of a long, weather-beaten wooden pier. Below our dangling feet, the dark, rhythmic swells of the Pacific Ocean crashed against the barnacle-encrusted pilings, throwing up a fine, salty mist that I knew with absolute mathematical certainty was terrible for my brass joints. The sky above the bay was the color of bruised slate, the famous coastal fog rolling in thick and heavy, swallowing the horizon. I sat with my hands resting on the knob of my cane, my mahogany paneling scarred and battered by ice, fire, and bolt cutters. I unlatched the pressure valve in my jaw and took a slow, deep draw from my brass cigar. A thick, perfectly formed ring of lavender-scented steam floated out over the choppy water, hanging in the damp air for a moment before the sea breeze tore it apart. "I calculate," I murmured, watching a rather audacious seagull land a few feet away and eye my polished shoe as if it were edible, that my market value as an antique has dropped precipitously over the last 2 weeks. I am covered in scratches, my varnish is ruined, and I am fairly certain there is still a small quantity of breakfast oatmeal lodged in my secondary auditory receiver. Ennie, sitting beside me with her legs swinging over the water, just laughed. The sea breeze whipped her hair around her face. She was still wearing her grease-stained overalls, though she had managed to wash the worst of the soot from her cheeks at the station pump. "You look distinguished, Sam," she said, leaning back on her hands and breathing in the salt air with that same maddening, eternal optimism. "Every scratch is a story. You're not a parlor ornament anymore. You're a seasoned traveler." "I have no desire to be a seasoned traveler," I replied stiffly. "I am a creature designed for the quiet contemplation of literature. I endure these excursions solely because the alternative is spending my immortality listening to the soul-crushing banality of high society. The civilized world is populated by empty suits who possess the intellectual depth of a thimble. You, for all your chaotic, explosive tendencies, are at least marginally interesting to converse with." "I'm flattered," she beamed, entirely unbothered by the backhanded nature of the compliment. "Do not be," I sighed, my cigar venting a steady, resigned puff of steam. "It is a low bar, but the fact remains, Ennie, we have run out of continent. We have touched the Atlantic, we have survived the terrible expanse of the Middle, and our boots are now dangling over the Pacific. The great iron road ends here." I looked out at the impenetrable bank of gray fog rolling across the water. "I expect," I continued, allowing a note of genuine hope to enter my resonant baritone, "that we shall now find a comfortable, thoroughly stationary establishment here in the city, a place with thick velvet curtains, a roaring fireplace, and absolutely no moving parts. I shall write my memoirs, and you may find a broken grandfather clock to tinker with. We have earned a permanent, upholstered peace." Ennie did not answer immediately. She sat looking out at the endless, crashing gray water, her eyes tracking the invisible line where the ocean met the sky. Slowly, she reached into the deep front pocket of her overalls. She did not pull out a key to a comfortable parlor, nor a catalog of fine furniture. She pulled out her heavy iron grip wrench, its handle worn smooth by 1,000 repairs. And then from her back pocket she withdrew a folded, heavily creased piece of parchment. She unrolled it across her lap. It was not a map of the continent. It was a maritime chart. I leaned forward, my optical sensors zooming in on the intricate lines crisscrossing the blue expanse of the paper. They were steamship routes, lines stretching from the California coast out into the vast, terrifying emptiness of the Pacific, pointing toward the Sandwich Islands, Japan, and the Orient beyond. My internal gyroscopes gave a sudden, dreadful lurch. My cigar let out a sharp, high-pitched whistle of steam. "Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating with a sudden, profound mechanical dread, "tell me you are merely studying geography." "The world doesn't end at the pier, Sam," she said softly, tapping the wrench against her palm. She turned to look at me, and that brilliant, terrifying spark of adventure was blazing in her eyes, the look of a mechanic who has just realized the universe is full of broken engines waiting to be fixed. "But the train tracks do," I protested, gesturing wildly toward the ocean. "I am made of solid brass and heavy mahogany. I possess the buoyancy of an anvil. If a boiler ruptures on one of those vessels, I will sink straight to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, and I will be forced to spend eternity reading poetry to the squids." "Steamships have much better governors than locomotives," she reasoned cheerfully, folding the map back up and tucking it securely into her pocket. "And think of the engineering, Sam. Twin-screw propellers, triple expansion marine engines. It's a whole new frontier of thermodynamics." "I despise thermodynamics," I roared, standing up so abruptly I nearly dislodged the seagull. "No, you don't," she smiled, standing up beside me and offering my dented brass arm a gentle pat. "You despise boredom, and I promise you, Sam, there won't be a single stuffy parlor where we're going." I looked down at her. I looked at the wrench in her hand, and then I looked out at the vast, rolling, unpredictable expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The ether coal burned flawlessly in my chest, a quiet, infinite power source that practically demanded to be used. I was immortal. I was indestructible. And I was entirely at the mercy of a mechanic who believed the horizon was simply a challenge waiting to be disassembled. I let out a long, heavy, hissing sigh. A cloud of lavender steam enveloped my head, carrying the scent of resignation. "Well, my dear engineer," I asked miserably, already knowing the answer, "where do we go next?" Ennie turned her face to the sea mist, the wind catching her hair. She pointed her wrench toward the invisible, fog-shrouded horizon. "West," she said, "always west." Epilogue. Two Twains. San Francisco is a city that doesn't quite know whether it wants to be a sophisticated metropolis or a maritime brawl, and consequently, it smells of both expensive French perfume and very old fish. After the harrowing, soot-covered odyssey of the iron hummingbird, I had finally managed to secure a moment of relative peace upon a park bench overlooking the fog-drenched bay. My mahogany had been freshly buffed by a local cabinet maker who wept with joy at the sight of my grain, and my brass joints were singing with the clean, silent efficiency of the ether coal. I was, by all objective metrics, a magnificent specimen of industrial art. I sat there, legs crossed, venting a contemplative and exceptionally fragrant plume of lavender steam from my brass cigar, when I realized I was no longer alone on the bench. Sitting at the opposite end was a man who appeared to have been constructed from the same blueprint as myself, though using significantly more perishable materials. He wore a suit of white linen that had seen better days, a halo of wild white hair that looked like a frustrated cloud, and a mustache of such heroic proportions it seemed to require its own permit. He was puffing on a cigar of genuine, pungent tobacco, and he was staring at me with an expression that sat somewhere between profound fascination and deep-seated indigestion. "I have spent a great many years in the company of whiskey and questionable characters," the man said, his voice a gravelly, slow-cured drawl that sounded exactly like my own vocal cylinders on a low-power setting. "But I have never encountered a hallucination with such a high-quality finish. Tell me, friend, am I currently suffering from a stroke, or have the inventors finally found a way to automate a grievance?" "I assure you, sir," I replied, tilting my mahogany head in a gesture of stiff courtesy, "I am as real as the Pacific dampness, though I suspect I shall outlast your current state of health by several centuries. I am Samuel Clemens, or, more accurately, I am the distilled essence of his wit and cynicism, encased in 400 pounds of reinforced brass." The man leaned forward, squinting through a cloud of blue tobacco smoke. He reached out a trembling, liver-spotted hand and rapped a knuckle against my brass forearm. It produced a clear, resonant ping. "Remarkable," he murmured, "a mechanical double, and a handsome devil at that. You have caught the precise angle of my nose, and the mustache is a triumph of metallurgical vanity. I haven't seen a more impressive figure since I last looked in a mirror after a particularly successful lecture tour." "I was about to say the same of you," I admitted, my cigar puffing a self-satisfied ring of lavender. "You possess a certain rugged, biological charm. There is a dignified wear and tear to your upholstery that suggests a life well lived, or at least one spent in the proximity of very good brandy." We sat in silence for a moment, two identical profiles carved from different worlds, staring out at the white wall of the San Francisco fog. "I heard about your trip," the flesh-and-blood Twain said, flicking an ash onto the grass. "A runaway train, an aristocratic assassin, and a mythical fuel found in a hole in the dirt. I must say, as a practitioner of the tall tale, I find your narrative to be a work of staggering, unmitigated gall. It lacks the basic, foundational dignity of a plausible lie." "And I countered, my internal gears humming with irritation, "have read your accounts of life on the Mississippi. To suggest that a riverboat pilot possesses the divine intuition of a god while navigating a mud puddle is a stretch of the truth that would snap a suspension bridge. You are a professional embellisher, sir. You wouldn't know a naked fact if it sat in your lap and sang a hymn." The original Sam Clemens snorted, a sound of pure biological derision. "A fact is a sterile, useless thing until you dress it up in a tuxedo and give it a drink. I tell the truth as it should have happened, which is a far nobler pursuit than merely recording the tedious reality of things. Then we are at an impasse, I declared, standing up with a heavy, dignified clank and smoothing my waistcoat. For I have found that I cannot tolerate the company of an insufferable liar. It is like looking into a mirror that talks back. And frankly, I find your version of me to be entirely too fond of its own voice. The feeling is mutual, you overgrown music box, the man grumbled, settling back into the bench and relighting his cigar. You are arrogant, pompous, and you possess the temperament of a gout-ridden schoolmaster. You are, in short, a perfect reflection of my worst qualities, and I find the sight of you to be physically exhausting. Good day to you, sir, I said, tipping my hat with a sharp mechanical click of my wrist. Good day, he barked back, already looking away toward the bay. I turned and walked back toward the pier where Ennie was waiting, my heavy brass footsteps echoing on the pavement. I did not look back. I had met the man who had given me his name, and I had found him to be a magnificent, handsome, and utterly intolerable scoundrel. As I reached the end of the street, my auditory sensors picked up a faint, gravelly chuckle from the bench behind me. I smiled, a microscopic adjustment of my brass jaw, and allowed one final, triumphant cloud of lavender steam to billow from my cigar. The world was not big enough for two of us, and since he was the one who was eventually going to rot, I decided I could afford to let him have the last word, for now. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the ride. I hope you did too. System shut down 0%. System shut down 25%. System shut down 75%. Offline.